All right, we'll call this public hearing on vaping regulation and how it affects Hartland, Wisconsin to order. If you'd all join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. At this time, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Kelly, and he will take it from there.
Mr. President, thank you. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Fred Kelly Grant, and I am the hearing officer designated by the hearing board to conduct this hearing with regard to whether the Food and Drug Administration of the United States has coordinated with the village of Hartland, as it is required to do under federal law, and whether, in fact, an absence of coordination has led to discrepancies in the regulations that harm this local government. In this hearing, the witnesses will be called and they will be put under oath by the President. So the testimony will be under oath. The hearing will be recorded, audio and video, and a record will be presented. The board will make a decision as to the issues that are put to it at the end of the testimony. And on Monday evening, a set of formal findings will be presented to the board for their approval or for their changing or modification. One of the things that I'm going to do this evening before we call witnesses is to outline the law under which this board is conducting this hearing and what the law provides with regard to the relationship between the Federal Food and Drug Administration and this local government. A lot of people have asked the question over the years as I've been involved in these hearings as to how we would expect a federal agency to coordinate with local government. And the answer that I've always given is very simple. Go to their meetings. There are enough federal employees in each state that if they decided to attend meetings and speak to the local governments and find out what the issues really are and what the impact is, instead of writing regulations from the top down, they would be able to determine what was impacting the people at the local level where services to the citizens are provided. Because in fact, in America, that's where the services are provided, is at the local government, where people pay their taxes and where they have their garbage picked up and where they go to school and where their fire department and their police department functions. As to the law, the Food and Drug Administration is a federal agency that is subject to and not immune from the National Environmental Policy Act. And that act applies to every federal agency by its terms and by the decisions of the Supreme Court of the United States. It's an agency within the Department of Health and Human Services. It's under the direction of the Secretary of Health and Human Services, who's appointed by the President. It's a department and secretary within the executive branch of the government, and therefore it's under the direct supervision of the President of the United States. And that's going to be important as we look at a series of executive orders that have come from the presidents to Food and Drug, as well as other federal agencies, that they must coordinate with local governments. The department was created by, and its duties are set by Congress, as are all members of the cabinet, because, as you all know, the United States Constitution does not establish a cabinet. Those positions are all done by Congress. In fact, if you look at the three articles in the Constitution that set up the three branches of government, that sets up the executive is about as bare as a cupboard that's bare. None of the provisions are there which have grown into the executive branch as it's developed over the last 40 years. The Secretary has delegated responsibility for supervision over food and drug to a commissioner who's named by the President, must be confirmed by the Congress. So the immediate superior to the Food and Drug Regulatory Program is the commissioner, and it's that commissioner and the Secretary to whom the decision of this board will go. The Food and Drug Administration is not an independent, standalone agency with unlimited power. It's part of the executive branch of government. It's responsible for compliance with statutes and with executive orders issued by the President. And of course, it's not immune from the Constitution. The Village of Hartland is a unit of local government within the county of Waukesha in the state of Wisconsin. It has all the authority granted to villages by the legislature of Wisconsin under the Constitution and statutes of Wisconsin. As a matter of fact, it exercises its powers and duties under statutory authorization that promotes the largest measure of self-government in accordance with the spirit of Article 11, Section 3 of the Constitution, by declaring that the grant of village powers shall be liberally construed in favor of the rights, powers, and privileges of villages to promote the general welfare, peace, good order, and prosperity of such villages and the inhabitants thereof. Article 11, Section 3 of the Wisconsin Constitution provides that villages can determine, quote, determine their local affairs and government subject only to this Constitution and to such enactments of the legislature of statewide concern as with uniformity shall affect every other city or every village. The legislature has empowered the Hartland Village Board with the power to manage and control village property, finances, highways, streets, navigable waters, and the public service, and further with the power to, quote, act for the government and good order of the village, for its commercial benefit, and for the health, safety, welfare, and convenience of the public, end of quote. That's what the 10th Amendment guarantees to local government. The 10th Amendment, according to the Supreme Court of the United States, is guaranteed to the states and local governments the police powers. The police powers are those that deal with law enforcement and public health and safety. And the issue in the deeming regulations and the issue in the Tobacco Control Act certainly go to public health and safety. And as a matter of fact, in the Tobacco Control Act itself, there is a provision that preserves to local governments some of the powers that they had before the act. So this hearing with regard to these regulations is certainly in order, and particularly the duty to coordinate with this village was certainly in order because of the nature of the regulations. At the end of the 1960s and the beginning of the 70s, the national government was beginning to move into an era of legislating and controlling the environment of America. And that means environment in an overall sense. If you look at the environmental statutes that were passed in the 1970s, it wasn't just land and water and air. It was in the definition of environment, meaning the circumstances, objects, or conditions by which one is surrounded, the complex of physical, chemical, and biotic factors that act upon an organism or a community. And that was the way the Congress went into the business of controlling our environment. So for those who say that the coordination doctrine applies only to land and water, no, it doesn't. Coordination is in each one of the statutes: clean water, clean air, every one of the environmental statutes, and it is in fact even in the Tobacco Control Act, to the point that Congress understands what coordination means. The Supreme Court has said that we don't assume that Congress doesn't mean the words that it uses. Congress is well adept at using coordination, cooperation, consultation, and collaboration all in the same statute. And they don't use it to mean the same thing. In the Tobacco Control Act, for example, there's a section that requires coordination between the Secretary, and the Chairman of the Federal Trade Commission. In the next paragraph, it requires consultation between the Chairman of the Federal Trade Commission and the Secretary. A second tier of meaning between coordination and consultation. As one of the protections of local government and its authority at this time in the 70s, at the time of national expansion, which it was a time in which the Congress decided that it would keep all the western lands. And for 200 years, it had been a policy just the opposite. Congress passed the National Environmental Policy Act, and in it required that every agency of the national government recognize it had a duty to work in coordination with local governments. It ordered that every agency, quote, in cooperation with local governments, must use all practicable means and measures, including financial and technical assistance, in a manner calculated to foster and promote the general welfare, to create and maintain conditions under which man and nature can exist in productive harmony, and fulfill the social, economic, and other requirements of present and future generations of Americans, to improve and coordinate federal plans, functions, and must use all practicable means and measures to improve and coordinate federal plans, functions, programs, and resources. Now, that is the statutory mandate to every federal agency, that it coordinate with local governments. Further, Congress ordered that every agency, to the fullest extent possible, and that's the language, to the fullest extent possible, interpret and administer all regulations, policies, and laws of the United States in accordance with that policy of coordination. So it is the law of the United States, binding to the Food and Drug Administration, that it coordinate its regulations with local governments, such as the Village of Hartland. And that leads this board and most of us to the question of, what does that mean? As I said, it's clear that Congress knows the difference, because it uses those words in different ways in the same statutes. The law is that when a word of common usage is used in a statute and not defined, it's to be taken to mean what the dictionary says it means. That's what the Supreme Court has said. It first said that in a case in the 1830s, when the question was, what was a tomato? And that issue went to the United States Supreme Court. Was the tomato a fruit or a vegetable? And the court said, it is what it is. It's a vegetable. And they looked to the dictionary to find out. If you look at the dictionary, as we have today, and I have over the last years, every dictionary definition of coordination and coordinate is basically the same. It's equal, not subordinate. And the not subordinate is virtually always in that definition. Now, does that mean that the village board of this village is equal to the Food and Drug Administration? Well, in my opinion, it would be superior to it, but because they're elected. But no, it doesn't. It doesn't mean they have the equal duties or the equal authority, but it does mean that they should be on an equal basis when it comes to the coordination between that federal agency and what goes on here in your local area. In the exercise of your governmental authority, you should have been involved in a coordinated effort with the administration before the regulations were developed. Because the Council on Environmental Quality, which is created by the National Environmental Policy Act, says that that act should be applied at the earliest possible moment on any action, any major federal action. And major federal action is any regulation that is issued by a government agency. The earliest possible moment would have been when they first decided that they were going to regulate these devices as to which you have businesses selling them in your area. The Section 916 of the Act, of the Family Smoking Prevention and Control Act, preserves to Hartland the authority and right, quote, to enact, adopt, promulgate, and enforce any law, rule, regulation, or other measure with respect to tobacco products that is in addition to or more stringent than requirements established under this chapter, including a law, rule, regulation, or other measure relating to or prohibiting the sale, distribution, and so on. So you should have been coordinated with from the standpoint of whether you wanted to enact an ordinance, resolution, or any type of order with regard to these businesses. Clearly, Congress did not think it was granting you that authority because it said it was preserving it for you. It was a recognition that the 10th Amendment already gives you that authority. Because tobacco products, and they've deemed these vaping instruments tobacco products, have to do with public health. And public health is within the police powers that are given you by the United States Constitution and by the Wisconsin Constitution. The tobacco situation presents a good example of why Congress ordered all national agencies to coordinate with local governments. Because you do have that police power. They should be coordinating with you. At the time NEPA was passed, there was a whole host of environmental laws in the mix. The Clean Water Act, as I've said, the Clean Air Act, the Endangered Species Act. Human health was in the limelight. President Nixon even proposed an Affordable Care Health Insurance Program. Didn't get through Congress. NEPA was not just land and earth. It had to do with every element of the environment. As a matter of first order, the Food and Drug Administration is directed by President Donald Trump to coordinate with local governments such as Hartland in his executive order, in which he ordered every agency to review every regulation in view of its adverse impact on local government. And so that order came to them within the last 100 days. When the deeming regulations were developed, the Food and Drug Administration was also under direction from President Obama to coordinate with local governments. He had issued an executive order, which we'll put in the record, that ordered coordination with all local governments. This isn't a phrase that's unknown to Washington, D.C. As a matter of fact, it wasn't new to President Obama. President Clinton had issued an executive order ordering coordination with local government. President Reagan had issued an executive order ordering coordination with local government. President John Fitzgerald Kennedy had ordered coordination with local government. Whether or not you folks have ever seen that coordination remains to be seen. I rather doubt it, but I haven't experienced it yet in 28 years, but the law has been there. Consistent with those directions from Presidents Kennedy and Reagan, the Congress then did put that coordination in the National Environmental Policy Act, as I've said. Many times we tend to overlook the true meaning of the National Environmental Policy Act, and we push it aside because we say it does, it's to be attributed to the natural environment. That's not true. Because the National Environmental Policy Act created the Council on Environmental Policy, which is in the White House. It is under the President directly. He appoints the 3 members of the Council. The Council has issued regulations by which the Act is implemented. 40 CFR 1508.14 defines the human environment and says that it shall be interpreted comprehensively to include the natural and physical environment and the relationship of people with that environment. This means that economic or social effects are not intended by themselves to require preparation of an environmental impact statement, but when an impact statement is prepared, Then the environmental impact statement will discuss all of these effects on the human environment, and that is economic, social, physical, and cultural aspects. And it refers to the definition of effects in 1508.8. And that includes ecological, aesthetic, historic, cultural, economic, social, or health, whether direct, indirect, or cumulative, meaning that the coordination that the agency has to give to the local government has to consider all of those aspects of your locality. So clearly it is the direction of the council that the Congress intended that NEPA analysis occur when necessary to determine the impact of an action on the economy, social structure, cultural structure of man in a community, and to further determine impact on the health of man, which is consistent with the stated policy of encouraging stimulation of health. And all of those things are in an act that I didn't realize through the first 15 years of my work in coordination. I considered NEPA to be an enemy of ranchers. And then when we were called in to help with 4 towns in Texas whose environment was going to be destroyed by a quarter-mile highway, I read NEPA and found that the human environment is the primary interest and focus of the Act. In 40 CFR 1500.1, the Council has said that the agency, Food and Drug in this case, has the responsibility to ensure to this locality that environmental information is available to you before decisions are made and before they take actions, and that information must be of high quality, accurate scientific analysis, expert agency comments, and public scrutiny, and they're all essential. As to the timing for when they have to come to you, the regulations say that even before they decide whether they're going to do an environmental assessment or an environmental impact analysis, they have to come to you and get your comments and get your coordination response. And they have to include that in their report to the Council on Environmental Quality. Again, we'll see whether that happened, but I kind of doubt that it did. The rules also say, and the statute says, that the effort of the agency has to be to the fullest extent possible. It emphasizes that this isn't just a cosmetic requirement. They have to go to the fullest extent possible to involve you. And then they define what they mean by that, and it means each agency shall comply with the section unless there is a law that specifically prohibits it from doing so. I find no law in my research that prohibits it from dealing with Hartland and your village. In Food and Drug Administration's own regulations, 21 CFR 25.1, 25.10, and 25.40, they recognize that the rules, that first of all, that NEPA has to be followed by them to the fullest extent possible, and that they have to abide by all of the rules of the Council on Environmental Quality. And so in their own rules, they have acknowledged that they have to follow what we've outlined as the process of coordination. The administrator of the village has been notified by NEPA. The village has notified NEPA, has notified Food and Drug of this hearing. The village administrator has been advised by Food and Drug that they will not attend, but that they will send a letter addressing the concerns of the village if and when it comes it'll be entered in the record, but at least you got their attention. That, ladies and gentlemen, is the law. It is the law, the coordination, wherever coordination is required by statute, there are 4 cases that exist from years ago where coordination was required, and in each case where the court found that coordination had not been followed, the regulations or the plan was set aside, and the agency was sent back to start over. Now, all of those cases have to do with land and water and endangered species, because at that time, those were the only places that the coordination process had been used. Since that time, we've used it in probably 50 other instances, and the agencies have eventually coordinated or redone what they had done. So we'll see how this one goes, Mr. President. But that is the law. That's the law that that I'm comfortable in telling you that will be applied throughout this hearing. With that, Mr. President, I would call our first witness, who's Mr. Jeff Steyer. Unless you have any questions of what I've just said, or all of these things that I've said, I've kind of read from it, but it'll be in the record so that you'll have the actual laws.
All right, I guess I'll just open. Does anyone else have any questions on All right. Can you raise your right hand and take note? Do you solemnly swear and affirm that the testimony you may give in the matter now pending before this body shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Would you state your name, please, for the record, and where you work and what you do?
Thank you. I'm Jeff Steyer. I'm a senior fellow at the National Center for Public Policy Research, where I head the Risk Analysis Division. It's a think tank based in Washington, D.C., and we look at public policy issues that relate to public health, the environment, and a range of policy issues. It's a free market think tank that seeks to protect the interests of the public.
All right. And Mr. Steyer, have you made the regulations that are before this board and that have resulted in this hearing part of your study?
Yes, in my work, where I focus on a wide range of issues from food, nutrition, pharmaceutical policy, and tobacco policy, my goal is to advance public health policy. And I've worked on a wide range of topics in my career. But over the past 5 to 7 to 10 years, I have spent an increasing amount of time on this policy called tobacco harm reduction, which is lowering the risk from tobacco use from the most deadly form, cigarette smoking, to some other form of nicotine use that is less harmful, or dramatically less harmful in the case of e-cigarettes. And I've spent an increasing amount of time on it because, from a public health perspective, cigarette smoking is the top public health issue. Cigarette smoking, according to the Centers for Disease Control, is responsible for 480,000 premature deaths a year. The cost to society, to the government across society in the U.S., is over $300 billion. That's not counting the human cost, obviously, but that's just a dollar amount. So cigarette smoking, from a public health perspective, is a top priority. And if there's anything we can do to lower the mortality rate from smoking, that would be a tremendous gain in public health, even if we can get those numbers down a little bit. And with this issue of e-cigarettes and other lower risk products, there is so much to be gained, yet the old school public health groups have been dead set. And I use that word dead set in a reserved fashion, but it's really a life or death issue for people who, especially for people who do smoke, adults who have not been able to quit. And this is where I have spent so much time that it might look like a disproportionate amount of time, but when you consider the consequences of this particular issue before you and the FDA's deeming regulation, I start to think maybe I don't spend enough time on it.
Mr. Steyer, how many people in America, what percentage of the population smokes combustible cigarettes?
Well, today that number is about 16% of Americans who smoke cigarettes. So it's still a very significant number. Many people think, a number of years ago, we got to the point where everyone understood smoking was dangerous. The Surgeon General put out a warning. And, you're on your own. And it is true that people know how dangerous it is, but they also know how hard it is to quit. And I think the public health community is a little bit misoriented, and I think we'll see this throughout this hearing, is that the goal seems to be to punish the smokers, certainly to punish the industry, and certainly the tobacco industry has not behaved well historically. But my question is when the public, the people, we the people, give authority to the government to regulate our lives, to regulate products, to tax us, and to put out warnings, where does it get that authority? Why do we the people give the government that authority? I think it's because they tell us that we need them to protect us. And the goal is to protect public health, to help people who may become sick, to prevent premature death and illness. And the question is, what is the orientation? Is the orientation to punish companies that regulators think are doing something wrong? Or should the single-minded focus of public health activity through regulation be to protect the public health, to help people become healthier? These products, far and away, have already helped people become healthier, and the potential, when the government gets out of the way and allows people to make fully informed decisions and have a range of new products that can help them reduce their risk, there is untold public health benefit that can be achieved if only consumers have the opportunity to make those informed choices from a range of lower risk products. And unfortunately, what we're seeing is because of a range of interests, whether ideological or financial or political, those choices are quickly evaporating and will soon disappear.
All right. You, what is the, you've studied this and you've worked on this for about 20 years, is that right?
I guess that's why they call me a senior fellow at the National.
Senior fellow. What is the harm? What is it that causes the medical problems from the standpoint of the traditional cigarette?
So we've known for well over 20 years that cigarette smoking, and this was written originally by Dr. Michael Russell from the UK, a world-renowned expert in tobacco control, that people smoke for the nicotine, but they die from the tar. So it's the nicotine that people want, but that's not what's killing them. It keeps them smoking, but it's not the nicotine that's so harmful. It's the tar and the products of combustion. So when you take a product like a tobacco leaf, or even a piece of paper, there will be products of combustion. You will be changing the chemical properties. And through that chemical change, there will be a tremendous number of carcinogens and other agents formed, chemicals that are formed, that aren't in the leaf. They're a product of the combustion of the leaf that make it so deadly. Nicotine, much like the caffeine in the soda, is addictive. It's a mild stimulant, right? We all have our drug of choice, but the people who use nicotine, by and large, don't want to die prematurely. They just want their nicotine. And for so long, the public health community has been focused on punishing smokers and punishing the tobacco industry that I fear that it's lost focus on helping consumers reduce their risk. And what's so amazing about this topic of e-cigarettes and tobacco harm reduction is that there's finally an answer to the question that Michael Russell raised decades ago, which is implicit in his statement that people smoke for the nicotine but die from the tar, is why don't we just provide them nicotine without the tar? Because even he acknowledged that nicotine wasn't the problem. And in fact, even the Food and Drug Administration has acknowledged that nicotine is not particularly harmful. In fact, the Food and Drug Administration, as we all know, approved the nicotine gum and the nicotine patch to give people who smoke the nicotine that their body craves and that helps them relax or stimulates them, whatever it may be, without killing them. The problem, of course, with those products is they haven't been terribly effective.
And as a matter of fact, the Food and Drug has not regulated nicotine. Is that right?
Well, in fact, through the drug approach, the Food and Drug Administration has acknowledged that nicotine is not particularly harmful and has approved those products. So nicotine is an FDA-approved product. It's not as deadly as people think. We make the mistake of thinking nicotine is deadly because we learn by association. And we always put nicotine together with combustible tobacco products, and we think, oh, nicotine must be so bad for you. It's actually the product of combustion. And so it's understandable that people confuse those, but even the FDA has acknowledged that nicotine is not the problem. Certainly kids shouldn't use nicotine, ever. If you're pregnant, if you have a heart condition, it's a stimulant, so you shouldn't be using it, certainly not at extremely high doses. But at the levels at which people consume nicotine, in smoking, or in their e-cigarettes, or from the gum or the patch, or from any other source, it's not a public health concern. The only reason nicotine is a serious public health concern is because we get our nicotine through combustible tobacco. And if only we could separate that.
The regulations that that have caused the furor in the country, you've studied those regulations from the time they were developed.
Indeed, I have. In fact, when Congress was considering those regulations, I helped advise Senate staff on the Senate Help Committee, the Health, Education, Labor Committee, on possible amendments to that regulation, to that legislation that gave the FDA the authority to regulate tobacco products. And since then, I have followed whether Congress would pass the law, and there were debates about it. It took a couple of years till it passed. And I have been involved through every step of the FDA's implementation of those regulations by participating in hearings, testifying before the Office of Management and Budget at the White House as they considered the FDA's regulations. So I've been intimately involved with the FDA's approach to tobacco regulation even before the law was passed by Congress.
Would you tell the members of the board the background of how the FDA got authority to issue the regulations?
Sure. Well, it's actually a fascinating story. We've already established that cigarette smoking is terribly dangerous. So during the Clinton administration, the FDA director, Dr. David Kessler, recognizing how dangerous cigarettes were, recognizing that his agency was responsible for our health, decided to regulate cigarettes. And it decided to regulate how cigarettes or prevent companies from marketing cigarettes to kids. Who could be against that regulation? I don't think anybody here would endorse that. Even the tobacco companies haven't in a long time, if at all, marketed their products to kids. So certainly not during the Clinton administration. But the tobacco industry recognized that it was a dangerous precedent for the FDA without authority to just come in and regulate. So the industry sued. The case went all the way to the United States Supreme Court. And what the court found was not that it's okay for companies to market cigarettes to kids, certainly it's not, but that the legal idea that the federal government can't just go out and regulate through the executive branch the most absurd thing, marketing tobacco products to kids. As right as it was, it just didn't have that authority unless, the Supreme Court basically gave a blueprint to Congress that if you want FDA to regulate these products, you've got to give the agency in the executive branch that authority. That was during the Clinton administration. It took many years later, till 2007, until this legislation finally came about. And there were years when it was being debated as to some of the details of it. It was a very specific delegation of authority from Congress to the Food and Drug Administration, and at that point, the agency did have the authority, within the confines of that legislation, to regulate tobacco products.
And in fact, when they were given the authority, that was in the Family Smoking Prevention and Control Act, is that right?
That's correct. That was the name of the legislation that passed Congress and was signed by the President.
And the regulations that have come down are, to the common layman, are not really tobacco regulations, are they?
Well, it's certainly ironic that in the 7 years or so that the FDA has had authority to regulate tobacco products, I would be hard-pressed to give you a single person, a single smoker, who was helped by those regulations. Congress said you have to ban flavors in cigarette, with the exception of menthol, which is pretty much the only flavors people smoke. That it did not give authority to the FDA to decide whether or not to ban flavors. It just did it. The FDA's decision-making process, such as should we ban menthol cigarettes or not, which they didn't do, at least not yet, hasn't done anything. It's been overturned by some courts for violating First Amendment commercial speech, but it hasn't actually done anything to help smokers. And it's sad that after all those years, the FDA hasn't been able to do anything. But what I'm most concerned about is the only major regulation that the FDA released regarding tobacco products was about a non-tobacco product, about e-cigarettes, which do not contain any tobacco. And Fred, you talked about the deeming regulation, and that sounds like technical language. What is a deeming regulation? Well, a deeming regulation is a regulation that the FDA needed to pass in order to exercise its regulatory reach over e-cigarettes. Because for all the years that I worked on the legislation, never once was the word e-cigarette uttered. It didn't make its way into the legislation. There was a discussion of lower risk products like smokeless tobacco, but the legislation didn't contemplate e-cigarettes. E-cigarettes were barely present at the time the legislation was being discussed. So in order for the FDA to regulate these products, it had to deem e-cigarettes a tobacco product. It had to basically tap it on the shoulder and say, we're waving our congressional magic wand, you are now a tobacco product. And that came from a kind of a complicated history, which in a nutshell grew out of litigation. The FDA originally, once it had that authority to regulate tobacco products, but not under that authority, tried to stop e-cigarettes from being imported into the U.S. before the deeming regulations. It stopped imports, and a company sued and said, you don't have the authority to do that. The FDA did it by saying that these e-cigarettes were a unauthorized medical device. Basically, they were a medicine or a medical device that was required to go through a safety and efficacy, just like any other medicine would have to be. And the court ruled in that Sotera case, Judge Leon said, this is not a medical device. In order for a product to be a medical device, you have to make a claim that it's doing something medically for you. So if the e-cigarette company had said, this is a quit smoking device, then perhaps it would have been a medical device. But the court said, no, it's not a medical device, but they needed to put it under a category to make sense out of it. And because the nicotine in e-cigarettes was derived from a tobacco leaf, because that's the kind of the most efficient place to get nicotine, even though it's available from other sources, the court suggested that maybe it's a tobacco product. That's not the law of the land, but then the FDA made it the law of the land, at least for now, by deeming e-cigarettes to be a tobacco product because the nicotine was derived from a tobacco leaf.
What, as these regulations on the e-cigarettes were being developed, what kind of concerns were expressed to the Food and Drug Administration? First of all, what effort did they make to get comments? Because they have admitted that they went out for public comments, even though there's no acknowledgement of coordination with local governments. What efforts did they make, and what response did they get? what were the concerns and how did they address them?
Well, there were a significant amount of comments made during the open comment period. That doesn't necessarily mean that they were all taken into account. And I don't know of any, as closely as I watch this, I have not seen any effort for there to be coordination with the government. But there was a comment period. You had an opportunity to submit comments. So, for instance, when the FDA said that all of these products that are being deemed tobacco product, the companies must submit a pre-market tobacco application for all of these products. Even those that were on the market before the regulation, they went all the way back and said even if you were already on the market, you still had to put in this application. It was this grandfather date near the time the bill was went into effect.
So in effect, they made them retroactive.
The deeming regulations are retroactive on e-cigarettes, going back not only from the time they were regulated, but from pretty much the time they were created. Any product that is on the market today existed outside of the grandfather date. In other words, they have to put in a pre-market tobacco application. So
I'm going to interrupt you for just a minute. So what you're saying is that the company that exists here in this village, that's been operating for several years, will not be able to operate without applying for pre-approval.
absolutely. Let me make an analogy. So the date of this grandfather period dates back to February 2007, which is about the same time that the first generation iPhone came out. Now, just last year, about a year ago, the FDA issued a deeming regulation which said all new tobacco products, including products that aren't tobacco products, must get prior approval going all the way back to the equivalent of the first generation iPhone, an iPhone 1. I guess I didn't even call it the 1, it was just the iPhone. Now we're on 7 Plus. But the regulations go all the way back to the first generation product, or before the ones that were popular today. So now think about it. If you want people to use the iPhone because it's maybe better than a landline, imagine for a moment telephones, landlines, competing with iPhones for market share, except we're going to give telephones, which are the equivalent here if you haven't caught on yet, to cigarettes, a market advantage. The telephones are already developed. They haven't changed much in a long time. They pretty much work the same way. Maybe call waiting was something new. But basically landlines haven't changed very much, just like cigarettes haven't changed much. All of a sudden, you've got this brand new product that offers lots of benefits that's actually attracting landline users, and you say, and it's in its first iteration. It crashes all the time. The reception isn't so good. You have no battery life. But hey, I can use it outside my home. It's got advantages. But it's only in the first generation. Fast forward to a year ago. Imagine the FCC coming in and saying, before you continue using that iPhone, we have to go back all the way to the first generation iPhone, and only that iPhone can be used. Any other iPhone has to go through this pre-marketing smartphone application. And those applications are pretty expensive and pretty complicated.
Tell me about the business that operates here in this village. Has several brands that they sell. They manufacture several and many flavors. Tell me about how this pre-application will impact them.
So the FDA, in its own rule, estimated the cost of being nearly $1 million per pre-market tobacco application. So you might think, well, that's a lot of money, but if they're selling a lot of product and they're popular and they're helping that many people quit, maybe they could afford it, maybe the market will thin out a bit. But that's actually not the case. What the FDA required when it asked for a pre-market tobacco application, I'm sorry, it didn't ask for one. It demanded one in order to stay on the market. These products will have to put in an application, a separate application for each SKU, like the SKU number, for each SKU. So for instance, smokers enjoy different flavors of e-cigarette as they transition away from smoking. And they come in a wide range of flavors. They come in chocolate and cherry and watermelon and all sorts of interesting flavors that appeal to adult smokers who are trying to get off that tobacco product. And they even come in tobacco flavors. Many smokers, especially those who need e-cigarettes the most and are very addicted to the nicotine, need a high level of nicotine in their e-cigarette to satisfy them. Some choose to use lower level products, lower level of nicotine. Some choose to use zero nicotine. In fact, many people prefer zero nicotine e-cigarettes, yet it satisfies them because they have the hand to mouth, they have the vapor. It does what it needs to do for them. It's consumers making a choice. So imagine just 5 flavors, although I imagine the company here in Hartland makes a lot more than 5 flavors. But let's just say they made only 5 flavors. They would make it in different levels of nicotine to satisfy consumers who wanted either high nicotine to be more similar to the cigarette nicotine that they consumed, and maybe they wanted to come down over time to zero nicotine. The FDA pre-market tobacco application requires a separate filing, separate data, separate studies for each individual SKU. So for those 5 flavors, for each of the individual nicotine levels, it would require its own PMTA for all those different levels, for each and every different flavor, and that's only for the manufacturer here. But every manufacturer across the country, or any country who wishes to do business, any company that wishes to sell to American smokers, each SKU for every flavor at every nicotine level will each need their own PMTA. And according to the FDA, because an e-cigarette without the liquid, just the device, is a tobacco product in their thinking, then that too will need a PMTA to see how it uses the e-cigarette. So for just one e-cigarette user who enjoys 5 different flavors and 4 different nicotine levels, maybe using a couple different devices, the math is mind-boggling. At $1 million each, that's a government estimate, it's usually more, right? How expensive it would be prohibitively expensive. And ironically, we talked earlier about how the FDA and the public health community seem to want to punish the tobacco industry rather than help the smoker. The irony here is that the companies like yours here in Hartland are the ones that are going to go out of business because they can least afford it. Big Tobacco, which has eventually bought into e-cigarettes because they saw it competing with their products. They didn't, by the way, invent them. They were invented by individuals and small companies and innovators who put their own capital at risk. But the big tobacco companies have now bought in. They're the ones, ironically, that will be helped by this.
Suppose the business here, let's say they had 25 brands or flavors. Are you saying that the cost to them could be 25 million or more?
I would not say 25 million because most frequently you'll get a bunch of different levels of nicotine. So if you have 25 flavors and, I don't know, just 3 levels of nicotine, usually it's more. I'm not so good at math, but I think for 25 times 3, that's going to be $75 million. Maybe the FDA, ironically, when it issued the regulation, said that it did introduce some cost-saving measures, so they can kind of combine some numbers. But instead of 75, to be conservative, say $50 million for their 25 brands. And in order for a company like the one here in Hartland to do that, they would have to raise capital to do that. So if you went to an investor and say, look, we've got a pretty interesting business, it's helping smokers compete, we're going to compete with big tobacco, we're going to improve public health, can you invest in our company by helping us afford this $50 million process? The investor might be wise to inquire, what is the likelihood of success? What is the chance that we'll gain the approval of the FDA for these products? Well, not so good. The FDA kind of hides behind the veil of, we're not banning any products. Just submit a PMTA. Or submit 75 PMTAs at $1 million each. According to the law that Congress passed, which was not intended to deal with e-cigarettes per se, and this innovative new field. It was just regulating, it thought, cigarettes and other newer lower risk products. It didn't envision these 25 different flavors at different nicotine levels. The FDA is required, in order to give a product like this approval, it's got two standards. One is very easy. I'll let you decide about the other one. The first standard is, in order to grant an application, the company has to show that this product is a benefit to the individual smoker who switches. There's pretty much nobody who disagrees that if you're a smoker and you switch to e-cigarettes, you are dramatically going to improve your health. It's better that you quit and use nothing, but because that's so difficult, if you switch to e-cigarettes, you will dramatically improve your health. PMTA approved? Not necessarily. Because there is another standard that is actually in the law, although it wasn't intended to be used for e-cigarettes in this, you couldn't have imagined all the different flavors and nicotine levels. And that is what is called the public health standard. And that is, you've got to prove to the FDA in each and every of your PMTAs that this product's presence on the market will improve the public health completely. So in other words, maybe there are other e-cigarettes on the market, the ones sold by Big Tobacco. How is your product going to make the public health better, as opposed to if it weren't on the market? Now, of course, the main advantage of e-cigarettes, well, there are many advantages. One advantage of e-cigarettes is they're less risky. So why doesn't go back to this imaginary investor in the local company, why don't they tell the consumers this is less harmful than smoking? That's a great pitch. Can't do it. Remember what we said about medical devices? It would become a medical device. It would become a smoking cessation aid, or they'd be making a claim that hasn't been approved by the FDA. So it is nearly impossible to prove that a product is to the benefit of the public health when you can't tout the major benefit of the product. And who's going to invest in that type of PMTA, knowing that it's impossible to predict whether each and every one of those will be approved? Maybe the FDA will throw you a bone and approve one, but it may not approve. It may say, well, we don't want to approve this low-level nicotine e-cigarette. We think only the high-level e-cigarettes will be effective in helping people quit smoking. Or maybe they'll say, well, nicotine is still a risk, so we're only going to approve the low-level nicotine. And you got to go through that for each flavor. It is the pre-market tobacco application violates the law, because the law says that when Congress granted the authority to the FDA to regulate tobacco products, there was a specific provision in the bill, in plain English. You can't ban any specific class of products. This bill, through the PMTA, is a de facto ban on an entire class of products, that being the products used today.
Tell me about the benefits of the e-cigarettes from the standpoint of science, of experts. There are opinions as to whether or not they are less harmful than combustible tobacco.
I think today in 2017 there is no longer a debate in this country as to whether comparatively e-cigarettes are less harmful than combustible tobacco. I think that train has left the station, and even e-cigarettes' biggest critics will make other arguments. A lot of that came from a growing body of evidence about what we do know about the danger of cigarettes, and then understanding why they're so dangerous because of the act of combustion and the byproducts of combustion, and then the uncertainty of, well, we don't know what's in these e-cigarettes. Well, now we do know what's in e-cigarettes. We know what goes into them, and we know once they're heated, we know what comes out of them. And certainly there's a wide range of products. But the Royal College of Physicians in the UK, which was the first major body, scientific body, to warn us about the dangers of cigarette smoking, before the 1964 Surgeon General's report, the Royal College of Physicians was first and warned us about cigarette smoking. The Royal College of Physicians, now almost 2 years ago, reported that e-cigarettes are much less harmful than smoking, and they recommended to the doctors that they should consider strongly recommending them to their patients who smoke. Similarly, Public Health England, which is basically England's the UK's version of the Centers for Disease Control, the government body, said that e-cigarettes are 95% less harmful than combustible cigarettes. And in that 95%, there's kind of a belief that that is an estimate, right? We don't really know whether it's 94% or 98%, taking into account the uncertainty that these are relatively new products. So we can't say they're 99.9% because there is some uncertainty. But we're going to say 95%. It may over time be much higher than 95%. But I think that was a clear enough number for Public Health England to go ahead and recommend that the government consider subsidizing e-cigarettes for low-income smokers. Because certainly in the UK, where the government pays for all the health care, it's a decision that the government should be allowed to make. Whether that's advisable or not, we'll leave for another day. But knowing that, governments might decide, local governments might decide, that using that information, the consensus in the public health community that e-cigarettes are significantly less dangerous than smoking, then governments can then decide how to tackle the problem. Just like consumers can make informed decisions and should, local governments should make informed decisions based on all the available data on how to tackle a problem that they uniquely and acutely face, which is the cost to society, the cost to governments of the toll of cigarette smoking.
What is that? What is the Royal College of Physicians? What is it? A government organization?
It is based in the UK. It is I would say it's the most prestigious scientific organization in the world, right? Maybe the CDC, the Centers for Disease Control, is very well respected. But there are very few organizations that have been involved in issues like tobacco control. There is no organization that has been more tuned in. You could say the U.S. Surgeon General, but even before the U.S. Surgeon General recognized and put out its famous 1964 report on the dangers of cigarette smoking, the Royal College of Physicians was there first and is still perhaps the most credible scientific public health organization in the world. And they really were very strong in their language that advising doctors who look up to the Royal College of Physicians, advising them that when you have a patient who smokes, consider recommending e-cigarettes.
What has the Surgeon General of the United States said about them?
Well, as I mentioned in 1964, the Surgeon General of the United States issued a landmark report about the dangers of smoking. And since 1964, we have only learned more about how dangerous cigarette smoking actually is. So we know a lot about the dangers of smoking from the Surgeon General and other sources. Only last year, at the very end of the Obama administration, did Surgeon General Murthy, who in his one of his last acts as Surgeon General, he was asked to resign just last week, did he issue a report that people expected would do what the 1964, it wasn't just a report, it was a Surgeon General's report, which carries a certain gravitas. And those reports are supposed to clarify something before the public that could seriously impact public health. And the Surgeon General's report on e-cigarettes dropped like a lead balloon, because instead of informing the public on a controversial issue, it was specifically and purposefully, perhaps politically driven, to only discuss the dangers of e-cigarettes and youth. And there is no controversy in the public health community, in government, in even the vaping community and business. Kids shouldn't use e-cigarettes. Almost every state has banned sales of e-cigarettes to minors. The FDA's deeming regulations got one thing right. It banned sales to minors. Everyone agrees that that's the right thing to do. Yet the Surgeon General's much-awaited report on e-cigarettes focused only on the risk to kids. Yet there was no controversy about risk to kids. The controversy is, how do we weigh the risks of these products being out there, including the fact that kids might use them, to the potential benefits that these provide adult smokers to reduce their risk?
And he gave no opinion on that.
There was absolute silence. Interestingly, when the FDA's nominee, Dr. Scott Gottlieb, was up for nomination, the Senate actually asked him about e-cigarettes. And he gave a very interesting answer, which was that you actually need to take into account risk to kids, that they may get their hands on these products, to the benefits to adults. And unfortunately, the deeming regulations came out before he was there. And unless they are overturned by a court, unless Congress changes the law, these rules are on the fast track. In fact, the rules that are in place already aren't just about to come into effect, they're already in effect. And that is that if your local company finds out that there is a chemical in an e-cigarette that poses some hypothetical risk, still dramatically lower than cigarettes, but it'd be better not to have this flavoring in there. So the company, I think, would be well advised to remove that flavoring. It can't. It can't change a product under the deeming regulations. Any innovation is frozen. Any investment in innovation is frozen. So any employees that the company has that are focused on new products, I can't imagine why they would hire that scientist or keep them employed, because you can't have any innovation until we get past the PMTA. So the Surgeon General did not contribute to any scientific debate on this issue in the United States. Maybe we'll have a new Surgeon General soon, but my concern is that with misleading information being out there, purposefully distorted to poison the debate about this topic, the public, and survey reports back this up, that many people think, many smokers still think, e-cigarettes are just as dangerous, or some think even more dangerous than cigarettes. And that is dangerous advice to be out there that must be corrected.
Is there any science that you've become aware of that says that they are more dangerous?
Absolutely not.
Is there any science that you've become aware of that they're equally as dangerous?
To say so would be denying the deadly nature of cigarettes.
Where's the opposition, where's the opposition to the e-cigarettes coming from?
It's coming from a few places, much of it driven by an ideology. Hey, it looks like smoking. We want to control how people live. We know smoking is bad. Let's get rid of that. And certainly there are people with all sorts of views out there who are entitled to put them out there. But in the scientific community, sadly, the public health community and some of the groups that speak for it, such as the American Heart Association, the American Lung Association, the American Cancer Society, all groups that I've always had much respect for. You know, who hasn't had a friend running in a heart association race and you contribute $5 for every mile they run? And these are groups that we think are doing good work. The support that individuals like myself have given to those groups pales in comparison to the funding they've gotten from the pharmaceutical industry. And you might say, oh, well, that's good. The pharmaceutical industry is funding the Heart Association. Except there's a competing interest that is rarely disclosed and that is highly relevant. And that is, before e-cigarettes came onto the market, if you wanted to quit smoking, you had a choice. We talked about the nicotine gum made by a pharmaceutical company, approved by the FDA. We talked about the nicotine patch, approved by the FDA, sold by pharmaceutical companies. And there are some other FDA-approved drugs like Chantix, which are not nicotine replacement therapies, but have some pretty serious risks, including suicidal thoughts and actual suicide. And you could say, well, that's pretty serious. I would say cigarette smoking is nearly suicidal over the long term. So what the FDA does to decide whether to approve a drug, you have to show that the drug is safe and effective. Well, nicotine, we know is safe. Is it effective? Not a single drug that I know of would be approved if it were only effective 15% of the time. The gum and the patch, about 15, depending on whether it comes together with counseling, depends on how serious the user is. If you slap a patch on someone who doesn't intend to quit smoking, and then they go walk around and they're like, I don't want to smoke anymore. It doesn't happen. You have to want to quit smoking. And a lot of the numbers that have been out there on, well, e-cigarettes aren't that good at quitting smoking. These are people who may have tried them once and didn't want to quit. But the pharmaceutical products, nicotine replacement therapy products, 15%, maybe with counseling gets close to 20%, or the reverse, 80% failure rate. Drugs rarely get approved with an 80% failure rate. Smoking is so dangerous, and nicotine is pretty much harmless, that the FDA said, even though they don't really work, because smoking is so dangerous, because we're not putting people at much risk, we'll let these products on the market. But that equation, I think, has changed, because now there's another alternative. That is another nicotine product that if consumers had actual truthful information about, have the potential to be far more effective. In fact, the Centers for Disease Control, which has been no friend of this product, put out a report, long in the works, just a week and a half ago, that said that e-cigarettes are the single most popular device people are using to quit smoking in the United States. So they're highly popular. Didn't speak to their efficacy, but people are using them. And that presents a very serious threat to the pharmaceutical industry, which hasn't innovated much. The gum and the patch have been around for a long time. By the way, some of the things that you'll see now about the patch is they come in cherry flavors and all sorts of flavors. Opponents to e-cigarettes say, we have to watch out for the flavors because kids are going to start using them. Have you ever seen a kid walk into a pharmacy and, I want to try that cherry nicotine gum? The opponents would call it a candy-flavored nicotine product. No. Kids shouldn't use e-cigarettes. Kids shouldn't use the nicotine gum either. But they don't, even though they're cherry-flavored. But the pharmaceutical industry sees e-cigarettes, this disruptive, in a good way, innovative product. The pharmaceutical industry sees it as a threat to a very big profit maker. I live in New York City. The government of New York City gives out the nicotine patch, gives it away for free, paid for by taxpayers. And for many years they've been doing this, even though it doesn't work for most people. And a few weeks ago I received an email from the city in their public awareness campaign. Even if you've tried and have gotten the patch before and it hasn't worked for you, it's not too late to try again. I think there's a definition of if you try the same thing over and over again and you fail. I think there's a definition for that. The problem is that if you fail, you're still smoking. This is an urgent and imminent health threat, and the pharmaceutical industry sees it as a threat to their profits, to the gum and the patches that they sell to New York City to give away for free. They don't give them away for free. They see it as a threat to their business, and they have been funding these advocacy groups to hire lobbyists to come before legislative bodies like yours to spread fear and doubt about e-cigarettes. Ironically, in the same way that when I was young, the tobacco industry was spreading fear and doubt about what we knew about the deadly nature of cigarettes. They're using the same The public health community, sadly, is using the same. We don't know for sure whether e-cigarettes are safer. Doesn't that sound familiar? The tobacco industry was saying a long time ago, well, there's some doubt about whether cigarettes are actually deadly. They're merchants of doubt. But now the product being protected is not the cigarette, it's the pharmaceutical product, which is being threatened in the marketplace by a potentially much more effective product that could help people quit smoking. And e-cigarettes are at the disadvantage that they can't tell you they're meant to stop smoking, to help you stop smoking, because then the FDA would crack down. So there are very few avenues left for smokers, and the pharmaceutical industry is trying to protect its turf.
From your experience, who is it that is promoting the very high, in some places, very high local excise taxes on the e-cigarettes?
The American Heart Association, the American Lung Association, the American Cancer Society, some federally funded researchers have been pushing for high excise taxes on e-cigarettes. I have seen, and I've testified before, city councils, state governments around the country. And there is a push to equalize the tax between cigarettes and e-cigarettes. And in some case, the tax is actually higher on e-cigarettes, which confounds reason, because if the purpose of an excise tax or a sin tax is to prevent a certain behavior, I would think that the level of tax should be commensurate with the sin. So if you've got, say, $1 a tax on a cigarette, looking to Public Health England for advice, then you should have a 5-cent tax on an e-cigarette, right? Because it's 95% less harmful.
You were telling me today about an incident that demonstrates what happens when the tax on a product gets too high with one of your fellow Yankee fans. Would you tell the board about that?
Yeah, well, if it's safe to admit, I'm a Yankee season ticket holder. And a gentleman, an older African-American gentleman who sits in a row in front of me, I see him pretty much at every game. He is a pretty serious Yankee fan. But he sits right in front of me in the bleachers, and usually around the 4th or 5th inning, depending on the length of the game, he asks if I'd watch his stuff. Hey, it's the Bronx, you know? So I keep an eye on his stuff, and then he comes back, 15 minutes later. And one day he said to me, or I had guests, and he said, oh, anybody want a cigarette? There's a way to go out. You can't smoke in Yankee Stadium. I'm going outside to have a cigarette, because you can't smoke in the stadium, in the open-air stadium. There's no smoking area, no designated smoking area. But there's a way to get out, and you can come back in. And he leaves the game. He listens on the radio, but he leaves the game and comes back. And I was curious. He doesn't know what issues I work on, but we're friends. And I said, I heard they're pretty expensive, because New York City has one of the highest taxes in the country on cigarettes, part of punishing smokers. And they say, the higher the tax, the fewer people will smoke. He said, I'm not worried about the tax. I buy them by the case when I go to North Carolina to visit my mother-in-law. He said it's the only thing he likes about going to North Carolina these days. And he brings some back. So for him, and he didn't set up a shop, but he fills up his trunk. He sells them basically on the black market, and it covers his own smoking costs, what he sells to friends who are happy to buy a box off him.
Being an old South Carolinian by birth, and having a grandfather who was in the grocery store business, I can remember the cars that would drive up and load up the trunks. He made quite a profit off of them.
So the issue here is if the FDA bans e-cigarettes, if the taxes are confiscatory, people will have a choice of what to do. They'll either go back to cigarette smoking, which is not what we want them to do, or they'll buy e-cigarettes on the black market. You could buy them online. You could buy all sorts of stuff from all sorts of places. And there are certain components of e-cigarettes which could hypothetically be dangerous. We've heard of some rare cases where the batteries explode. We've heard of a flavoring, diacetyl, which is kind of a popcorn flavoring. Doesn't need to be in e-cigarettes. Certainly the levels in e-cigarettes, even the dangerous e-cigarettes, are a lot less dangerous than any contaminant, any of a range of contaminants in combustible tobacco. But we shouldn't have any of those contaminants, any of those things that might be a risk. So if you buy it online, if you buy it in an unregulated form, there's more of a risk. We don't want, I've been critical of regulation all evening here. I want these products to be regulated in a fair, science-based way. But if we essentially have a de facto ban, people are going to go either go back to smoking, which we don't want, or buy them on the black market, unregulated, potentially more dangerous. These regulations there's a hard way, it would be very difficult to square how these regulations are consistent with public health.
The OMB, the Office of Management of the Budget.
Mr. Grant?
Yes.
If I could interrupt, would you allow, and I'm not, if we could discuss.
Yes, sure. We'll take a recess for about 10 minutes. Is that
At
okay?
7:05?
Yeah, that's fine.
Resume?
Yes.
Is that,
That's fine.
with everybody?
We'll be in recess, Mr. Starr, and
All
we'll
right.
resume when we come back.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
oh, I'm gonna go out and use my e-cigarette.
Probably won't have.
We have that on the record. Yeah. He needs a gavel.
I didn't notice
He
it.
needs a gavel.
I'm gonna have to use the knuckles. I
Mr.
can't
Starr,
trust him with
you're
one
still
knuckle.
under oath, you're still testifying under oath. I'd like to ask you, as we resume, about the OMB oversight of the cost analysis and so on of these regulations, and I'm sure you're aware of that, and would you tell the board about that, please?
Sure.
First of all, tell them the process by which the Office of Management Budget is supposed to overview regulations.
So for any major regulation that I think it's $1 million or more of impact, which this one certainly does, the Office of Management and Budget at the White House, through its Office of Information and Regulatory Affairs, called OIRA, they have to review each major regulation to make sure that it weighs the costs and the benefits of the regulation. And they did this when the deeming rule was a draft rule, and they did it again before the final rule. And each of those opportunities, each of those instances, I had the opportunity to meet with the OMB to address my concerns about the regulations. And it was a unique experience because usually when I testify, say, before a legislature, there's a piece of legislation before us that you can critique and say, here's an unintended consequence of it. Here at the OMB, the rule wasn't public yet. The proposed rule on the first occasion and the final rule, the rule that was about to come final, wasn't a public document. The OMB had read it, FDA had written it, but the public hadn't seen it. So that kind of underscores the importance of coordination because even though there is regulatory oversight that has a process that they say is an open process, I was put in a very difficult situation of trying to provide insight to the OMB about a rule that I hadn't read. So in the meeting that I had, I raised some concerns about potential regulatory actions. For instance, there had been talk that the FDA was considering banning flavored e-cigarettes. Now, that would have been dramatically harmful to smokers because, as the science has made abundantly clear, the survey data is that people enjoy flavored e-cigarettes. In fact, they learn that after smoking for a long time and then using a sweet flavored e-cigarette, for instance, over time, their taste buds come back and their sense of smell comes back, which you lose from smoking. And they learn that they actually like the flavor that they're vaping, and they don't like the flavor of burnt tobacco. Like I said earlier, we associate things. So if you feel good from smoking, at least in the moment, you think you like the flavor of burning tobacco. But what vapors are informing us is that they never liked it. They thought they liked it. And now that they're using flavors, and now that they have their flavor sense back and their smell, they actually learn they don't like burning tobacco. They like flavors. So flavors are critically important to helping smokers quit and to helping them stay quit. If you took away flavors, like some senators have encouraged, that would decimate the potential for harm reduction. And I was concerned that this might happen through regulations. So I addressed my concern, and I reflected on what some of the anti-e-cigarette activists have said, including a couple of senators, that tobacco companies are selling gummy bear e-cigarettes to attract children. That's what this is all about, and that we have to protect the children. And I was sitting before a panel, kind of like you. I think there were maybe only 4 members of OMB who were listening, and they weren't paying as careful attention as you. But I vividly remember the woman on my left, was looking down at her paper. When I said gummy bears, she said, my point was that adults actually like gummy bear flavors, but I don't think they should be selling gummy bear flavors. They could sell other sweet flavors. And she said, I like gummy bears. Which I guess shows that adults do like gummy bears. But I think, and the FDA nominee, Scott Gottlieb, actually made this point very well, where he said that we need to make sure that when considering things like flavors, that we make sure we don't have things that are marketed to kids, but that we give adults the flavors that they like. So the FDA actually asked them, the OMB, during that process of considering the FDA's regulation, which I hadn't been able to read and they wouldn't share with me appropriately under the process, they were very interested in that topic. And I explained what I explained to you about the importance of flavors, and they asked me to send them some survey data that I had cited about the importance of flavors to help smokers quit. And what I later found out after the rule was published, which, by the way, did not directly ban flavors, it just put a kind of an end to the e-cigarette business in a couple of years. It didn't immediately ban flavors. Through an Freedom of Information request, we learned that the FDA had intended, in the final rule, the one that I was commenting about but hadn't read, actually banned flavors. And the OMB, in their oversight, redlined it. They crossed it out. And it's available online today, not at the FDA's website, but through the media, of this redlined version of the rule, which actually crossed out the ban on flavors. However, the FDA was crafty because while the OMB, through its oversight, crossed out the immediate ban on flavors that would have taken place when the rule went into effect last year, instead, the FDA, who has a stated in-writing intent to ban flavors, has another tool for banning flavors, and that is this pre-market tobacco application. The FDA never publicized its intent to ban e-cigarette. It came out through a Freedom of Information Act request. The FDA, through its PMTA, when a company submits an application, can use the same reasoning that it used when it drafted the original rule, the final rule, except for the part that was cut out by the OMB. But without OMB oversight, they can simply say, when weighing whether e-cigarettes are a benefit not only to the individual smoker who switches, which everyone will concede they are, but to the public health as a whole, which is some impossible to really understand standard, the FDA can say that any flavor of e-cigarette, and this would be consistent with their reasoning, that any flavor e-cigarette other than tobacco and maybe menthol should have no place in the market because smokers like tobacco and menthol. And that's a complete, and that's consistent. The FDA has already showed its hand. That was its intent. It got crossed out by OMB, but that's the FDA's intent. And I am concerned that using this PMTA, without having consulted companies locally, may go down that approach. It has the authority now to do so, and OMB may not be able to stop them at that point because it's already part of the rule.
Mr. Steyer, from your experience, and you've studied this a long time, is it the flavors that is the reason that that people want flavors banned because they think that it attracts children?
So I haven't seen any data that says kids use e-cigarettes because of flavors. We know that adults quit smoking and use e-cigarettes, but I haven't seen.
But is that the theory that
the idea, the justification behind the campaign against e-cigarettes and the effort to persuade the FDA to ban these products is driven by we have to protect the kids?
And if I were to tell you that there are witnesses who are going to testify that they believe and they've seen evidence of the fact that it's not the flavors but the advertising that attracts children, would you agree with that or disagree with it?
That makes absolute sense to me and is consistent with everything I've seen on the issue, which is why I have no issue with the FDA's ban on sales to minors and efforts to ban marketing directed directly to children.
But they're illegal for children to buy anyhow, whether or not they're flavored, right?
They're illegal whether they have flavor, whether they're tobacco flavored or menthol flavored, or I don't even know if there are unflavored, but any e-cigarette is illegal to sell to kids as a result of not only the deeming regulation, but laws in just about every state in the country. And if there were, we talk about the balancing. If that were the true intent of the effort to ban e-cigarettes, even to adults, then you would think that the focus would be on enforcement both at the state and, to the degree they're capable, at the federal level. That way you would protect kids, make sure they don't get their hands on them from whatever sources they do, while still making these products available to adults. But that has not been the FDA's approach. It's been completely the opposite, which is to say, yes, in addition to banning sales to minors, we're actually going to prevent sales to adults as well. So it's clear that they didn't get this balancing test anywhere close to right.
Would it surprise you from your experience if the business people who testify in this hearing were to say that if the flavors were banned, their business would be cut to the point that it would be disastrous for them to continue in business?
Absolutely. Let me tell you something about e-cigarettes that we haven't said, because we talk about flavorings. Tobacco cigarettes get their flavor from the leaf and some flavorings that are added, and then the flavor of what happens when you burn it. E-cigarettes don't have a flavor until you add a flavor. So there's no flavor in the nicotine liquid and the products that give it a vapor sense. Those aren't flavored. The product, by its very nature, is flavored. So we talk about a ban on flavors, as if to say, well, then you would just have tobacco flavor. Nicotine liquid in an e-cigarette, which is highly diluted to make it aerosolized, to give it the vapor. There is no tobacco. The liquid doesn't taste like tobacco. That's also a tobacco flavor. It's the market at work. It's consumers deciding what product they want instead of a cigarette that gives them the impetus to switch. Some of them switch because they know it's less harmful. Some have heard that e-cigarettes are just as harmful or more harmful, but know that it makes them feel better. And some have learned over time that they like it more and are switching regardless of the health effects. I would like to see innovation to continue so that regardless of whether e-cigarettes are known by individuals to be less harmful, I just want the product to be better. Going back to the analogy of the iPhone, I want the iPhone 7 that's out today to be better than the iPhone 6, not because it's cheaper or because you can walk outside with it. I just want people to have more choice to make decisions based on what's best for them. With e-cigarette innovation, I want people to find them more enjoyable so that they can quit smoking rather than less enjoyable. And some members of the previous administration have stated, including the approach taken by the FDA, is that we want these products to be only as enjoyable as enough to get some people to quit. No, that's the wrong calculus. The calculus should be, let's give consumers a choice to make informed decisions so that if they so choose, they can have a range of products at a range of risk levels to make the choice that's best for them in their life.
Mr. Starr, in your opinion, and I think you qualify as an expert in the public policy of this issue, what's the likely impact on public health if these regulations do in fact put e-cigarettes off the market, out of business? Well,
there's no question that they will have that impact if something doesn't change. But I wouldn't ask you to take my expertise alone. I would ask you to just look back to Public Health England, which says these products are 95% less harmful. And if a product that is only in its new stages, that is only catching on among consumers, that is still fighting a tide of pharmaceutical-driven anti-e-cigarette lobbying, if those products haven't had a chance to increase market share away from cigarettes, and you take them off the market, the cost to society is great now, but think of over the long term. The World Health Organization estimates that around the world in the next century, 1 billion, with a B, 1 billion human lives will be lost to cigarette smoking. You ask me what the impact of these products not being available is, I would say it's pretty devastating.
Mr. President, do you or members of the board have any questions of Mr. Starr? Yes, sir.
If the FDA would ban e-cigarettes, wouldn't that put us back in a prohibition situation where it's going to be made out in the cornfield somewhere and no quality control, and it'd be worse than ever?
Thank you. You're absolutely right. I don't testify that e-cigarettes have no risk. It's impossible to testify that because there are a range of different products, from different manufacturers to different flavors to different nicotine levels to different levels of quality control. And that's important, and that's why these products should be regulated. If the regulations turn out, as I suggest that they are, to be a de facto ban, then consumers will be forced to make a decision. Will I go back to cigarette smoking? Will I quit? Well, I don't think they can at this point because they've tried and they failed. Maybe a couple will. But many will be forced to go to the black market. Today with the internet, you can buy pretty much anything anywhere. And I pointed out earlier that the nicotine that you use in e-cigarettes are it's a highly diluted liquid. You can buy relatively inexpensively pure nicotine from China, of course, not from Hartland, but from China, on the black market. That's dangerous. Pure nicotine will be dangerous. If you try mixing that in your bathtub and try making your own moonshine liquid, that's dangerous. If you try vaping a product that doesn't have the laboratory standards, and I think you'll hear more about those standards, that's why I'm in favor of regulation. But that regulation, in order to actually have the desired outcome of making sure that the products remain safe, needs to be a form of regulation that industry and consumers can comply with.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Would it be safe to say, or in your opinion, if, let's take the flavors that you've discussed and not include those separate, let's not include them separately. If this went through for the amount of money that we're talking per item, most likely, in your opinion, would this not actually go off the market, but it would just make it where only huge conglomerates, not forward-thinking people, forward-thinking entrepreneurs like a company that comes to Hartland and wants to open up and employ and be part of the forward thinking that is the American dream. In your opinion, would it just push them into their pockets because they can afford to do it, and it pushes out a bunch of people that are also trying to live that American dream? I'm just wondering if you could touch on that.
Absolutely. As I've said, I would estimate, and this is only an estimate because we don't know, but the cost of a pre-market tobacco application is approximately $1 million. And that's not a fee that you pay to the Food and Drug Administration per SKU. That's the cost of doing the science and having experts write the report that you have to submit, the application. That would have to be funded from somewhere, either by prior sales. Investors could fund future sales, could say, well, I think your company is going to be a success, and I'm willing to take a share of your company by giving you the money to do these applications. There is one group of companies that have the resources based on past sales to do this.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's big tobacco. And frankly, my position as a public health expert, I am not biased. I am not opposed to the pharmaceutical industry. I am not opposed to big tobacco. My job in public health is to protect the public health. Am I skeptical to what big tobacco says? You bet. Am I skeptical to what big pharma says? You bet. Am I skeptical to what government says? With all due respect, you bet. But I think that's the role of public health, is to be skeptical and to be equally skeptical to everybody. In fact, that's not the role of public health. That's what science is. We just had a March for Science. Science is about being skeptical and doing the research and coming to conclusions and then questioning those conclusions. That's the scientific process. And if big tobacco wins, that doesn't make me happy or unhappy. If big pharma wins, my goal is protecting public health. And I think that the market, through innovation, is the best way to improve public health. That's one of the things. I work at a free market think tank. This issue, to me, is a way to illustrate the principle that the market is capable of solving a problem. whether it was the nicotine gum and patch, which did help some smokers quit. Problem is, they didn't innovate. They had protection from the agency, and they're trying to keep that protection against a new innovative product, a class of products. We don't make progress in this country unless people put their capital at risk. That's how things improve. And some companies go out of business. Many e-cigarette companies have gone out of business so far. The ones with the staying power are the ones with the most backing. But that's, I don't have a dog in the fight. I don't care who wins. I just want consumers to be able to have a choice. If a pharmaceutical company came up with a more effective way for people to quit smoking happily, I'd be all for that. I just think we need to make sure that it is science that drives the decisions and not to let entrenched interest undermine public health, sadly, in the name of public health.
To follow up on what the President's question was, let me ask another question. The market is what has developed the e-cigarettes, isn't that right?
Absolutely. There's a huge misconception that, I say it's a misconception, but it's a conception driven by anti-e-cigarette activists that say that this is a product of the big tobacco companies. E-cigarettes were developed, there's kind of a mixed history of where they came from, but they were developed by a pharmacist whose father was a smoker. He understood what Michael Russell knew, which is people smoke for the nicotine but die from the tar. And as a pharmacist, he understood nicotine. And he said, if only I could find a way, my father who died from smoking, he thought, if I could provide a different way for people to get their nicotine. And products evolved over time, and people went in business and out of business. And there were a lot of bad products on the market that were ineffective. But the idea had been born to follow up on Michael Russell's idea that if only we could provide nicotine. The cigarette companies didn't want anything to do with this in the early days. They were chugging right along, selling very profitable cigarettes. And the public health community, the ones that oppose e-cigarettes, give a very interesting clue. They're so incensed and upset about big tobacco making money off of death. You know what? I'd be upset if they did it for free. It's not the fact that they're making money that upsets me. It's the fact that public health is failing because people are dying and getting sick. So the tobacco companies were the last to the game. But just as I imagine the companies that made horses and buggies eventually got into the automobile business when they saw that their business was being encroached upon by a competitor, by an innovator, they may have bought up car companies. Similarly here, the big tobacco companies eventually said, I guess if you can't beat them, join them. They eventually started investing in e-cigarette companies. They didn't do much innovation in the early days. They just bought up, with their money that they made from cigarette sales, bought up innovative companies. But I think the answer is continued innovation. And going back to this March for Science they had last weekend, the scientific way of thinking is not, and when you hear opponents to e-cigarettes talk about big tobacco being behind this, or now they concede they weren't behind it, but now they're investing in it, that is a tool that they're using to trick you, to keep you from thinking critically about the issue. Because when they say big tobacco, I don't need to think anymore, that's bad. And that's what they want you to do. What I want you to do is to think critically. You were elected to protect the interests of your citizens by thinking critically about the issues. And when they say big tobacco, don't be distracted, even though it's not true that big tobacco is behind it. Think about the science.
Any other questions from the board?
No,
Okay, thank you, Mr. Starr.
Thank you very
Anything else
much.
that you want to add for the board while you're here?
Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Mr. President, we have another witness. Would you like to take a break before we start, or do you want to go right ahead?
What do you want to do?
Pardon?
Up to you.
Let's take just about maybe 3, 4, maybe 5 minutes, if we could.
5 minutes.
And then we'll call Mr. Ritter,
Okay.
and that will be the other witness for the evening.
All right.
And I expect he'll take us right up till end time.
Okay. We're in recess. 5 minutes.
we would call Lou Ritter.
Lou, will you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear and affirm that the testimony you may give in the matter now pending before this body shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do, sir.
Lou, would you state your name, who you're with, what you do, and your background, please, sir?
My name is Lou Ritter. I'm from Arizona. I am a consumer volunteer advocate involved in the electronic cigarette industry. I have no financial involvement. I'm not in any business. I've never accepted a paycheck. Everything I do is as a consumer volunteer. I quit smoking 7 years ago. I smoked for 30 years. And I got introduced to an electronic cigarette and was fascinated by the potential efficacy of this product to change the world and really make a big impact for smokers. And one thing kind of led to another. I got involved in there's so many interesting aspects of this and complicated aspects of this. There's a huge social dynamic, which is something that we've never seen around any other product anywhere else. Smokers were so ostracized for so long, pushed outside, told they stink, ridiculed, told the stupid, everything else, but it's a hard habit to stop. And so there was a whole social dynamic that developed as these products came about. These are consumer incentivized products, consumer introduced products. This came out, this is a real bottom up kind of product thing that we've never seen before. And what was fascinating is people began to figure it out for themselves that this was harm reduction. And with the availability of the internet, we started to see social dynamics form that we've never seen anywhere else. Because all of a sudden now people were starting to get excited about doing something that was beneficial or less harmful. And as they had been ostracized so severely for so long, now here became something positive to get around. And there was constant new products, and there were constant new flavors and constant new components to products. And people were sharing on little internet shows, and I got involved. I got wrapped up in the exact same social dynamic all the way back in 2010. And then there started to be these little vape meets in various locations around the country, and then it became around the world, where vapors would gather. Someone would advertise the location. They would rent out a room. Some vendors would show up and set up tables around the edges, but it became a whole social dynamic. And some of these would go on for 2-3 days. They'd rent out in a hotel, a conference room in a hotel. Well, now we've seen these things have expanded into expos. I mean, they're gigantic. They're big, huge international events. But the point really has to do with that social dynamic. And it was through this social dynamic, going to a couple of these meets, that there were several people, many people, that were consistently involved and getting more and more involved. And so we started to see some of the same people showing up wherever these events were. I'm from Arizona. The first one I went to was in California. There was one in Virginia. There was one that I started to go to in Florida. And there was one other particular gentleman, also a consumer like myself, Mr. Link Williams, and he and I would kind of bump into each other over and over and over again. And being like-minded, we kept saying the same things over and over again. There needs to be some kind of standard. Someone should, someone should, someone should. Well, Mr. Williams and I ended up becoming it. At that event, we finally eventually having the same conversation enough times. We said, let's see what happens. And Link went out and found a couple e-liquid manufacturers at that vape meet, and we said, let's go out to dinner. We'll take you guys out to dinner. And we'll talk about this. And we came up with the idea for AMSA, the American E-Liquid Manufacturing Standards Association. That was June of 2012. We actually launched the organization with fully published standards 4 months later. American E-Liquid Manufacturing Standards Association, AEMSA. The website is aemsa.org. And so it took us 4 months to get started and get it out there. And we brought in subject matter experts, and there's a whole history of how we got to where we did, how we got to the things. But we started out with these 5 core beliefs of we have a responsibility to verify the accuracy of the content of the nicotine, quality of ingredients, cleanliness of environments, packaging and handling, transparency into the verification and monitoring process, things like this. And a lot of that information is in the website. But I was asked by this group to preside, to be the president of this organization when we first launched. And I stepped down and became emeritus as of January 1 of 15. But with the assistance of AMSA, I was also able to found and launch another entity called the E-Research Foundation. And that's e-researchfoundation.org. This is a 501c3 foundation designed to be a collective funding portal for the industry to collectively fund science targeted towards peer review and publication. Also to facilitate the industry collectively funding science going through the regulatory process.
And so that I'm clear, this is not funded by the government or by manufacturers of the product.
No, this is well, there's no funding right now. It's open to be funding. Right. It's a foundation designed to be a collective portal, a collective funding portal.
But it's not a government funded.
That's correct. There's no, this is all done by consumers, and we put together a team for the grant committee it's a spherical representation of experts from all different facets of the industry. I believe actually Mr. Steyer is on our grant committee. So that we went spherical. We went to public policy people. We brought in consumers, e-liquid, device manufacturers. We brought people from all different directions to participate. We have subject matter experts that are non-industry in AIMSA. We also have advisors that are the equivalent of subject matter experts in the eResearch Foundation to guide and advise the grant committee on making their decisions as to what are relevant factors. And from there, I've since been asked to chair the American National Standards Institute TAG, or Technical Action Group, developing standards as part of the international process, which is ISO, the International Organization of Standardization. In addition to the ANSI TAG within this part of ISO, the American National Standards Institute also has the ability to forward or to advance with help from the experts, what's called an American National Standard. And that's very different. That would just be for the United States. As opposed to the ANSI TAG that I now chair is part of the international or ISO process. The International Organization of Standardization is made up of various national standards bodies as members. So it's a complicated and very, very slow-moving process. But I wanted to start off by telling you a little bit about that social dynamic and how important it is, because it's really expanded and become a global thing that's huge, where there's now extensive social support and support group of people who were completely ostracized socially and feeling to the point of feeling guilty themselves about what they were doing. And if we look back further, we can actually go to the point where we can see in our country, here in the United States, we actually promoted tobacco products. We had television advertisements with doctors saying, I smoke this brand, right? And we had cartoons, the Flintstones, saying, let's have a cigarette break, and we're going to have our cigarette. But now we're not taking any responsibility for something that we helped create. And the very first time I spoke before the FDA, which was in December of 2012, I said this: we can have the opportunity to take the lead. So I'm going to kind of take a big detour right now, because I want to come back to compliment Mr. Fred Kelly Grant on and his introduction of this issue of coordination. It's extremely important. I'm not an attorney, but this hearing completely exemplifies why coordination is so absolutely essential. These products are complicated enough in, of, and by themselves. This industry is complicated enough in, of, and by itself. Excuse me. And the various factors in terms of being able to regulate these products effectively and spherically is complicated enough in, of, and by itself. But what we have seen over the last 5, 6, 7 years is an overwhelming tornado of mis and disinformation that is coming from a variety of different agendas, and I can't identify them all for you. But there's enough agendas out there that we have seen an absolute overwhelming amount of mis and disinformation. When you have something that's this complicated to begin with, and completely unprecedented, because it's come up from the consumers, consumer incentivized, entrepreneurial industry. This isn't the automobile industry. You don't have Ford and GM. You know, we don't have those kind of companies. We don't have, this isn't Johnson & Johnson and GlaxoSmithKline. These are mom and pop businesses that have brought this up to the point where there's something like, I think the last estimate I heard was 15,000 stores that are product specific stores, not talking about Walmart or Walgreens or convenience stores. I'm talking about product specific stores with anywhere from 2 employees up to some companies have 350 employees. I mean, there's a huge spectrum. There are economic impacts. There are health impacts. There are all kinds of regulatory impacts. And we've seen so much distortion in this process. For example, we keep hearing, what about the kids? What about the kids? What about the kids? I am all for protecting the kids. I've been a big brother with big brothers. I've been on the board of directors of big brothers, big sisters. I'm all about worrying about kids and kids that have issues in teenage years. And this is a teenage issue for certain. But we see the Center for Disease Control promulgating survey results based on the question of ever tried. They're not evaluating use. They're going in and asking these kids, have you tried this product in the last 30 days? Well, teenagers are inherently experimental. I knew when I was a teenager, I'd get my hands on anything. It didn't matter whether it was legal or not. It could be an illegal substance. It could be alcohol. It could be cigarettes. I started smoking cigarettes at 14 and 15. I never had any problem getting them, and it wasn't legal to sell them to me. But I never had any problem getting them. I could get alcohol when I was 15, 16 years old. It wasn't legal to sell me alcohol. Not to mention substance experimentation. So there's no doubt that children are going to get their hands on whatever they want. So if the CDC, the Center for Disease Control, is going to promulgate research and surveys as to what are the youth uptake on these products, they can't look at a question like ever tried. It makes absolutely no sense. And from what I understand, I can't say that this is absolutely true, but I understand that one of the questions was, have you tried this product within the last 30 days? If they took a single puff, they mark them as a yes. And if they said no, I think the next question was, would you consider trying it in the next 30 days? And if the person went, gee, I'm kind of curious about this new thing. Yeah, I would try a puff just to see what it's about. Boom, that's a user too. So when you look at these numbers that they're showing and these trajectories that they're showing, 900% growth, uptake, increase. 900% of what? And what is that 900% number really reflective of? So we've got all kinds of issues and sub-issues in here, and then we've got other complicated issues where we have people advancing science that know nothing about the products. They don't know what effective realistic user profile might be. They don't know that you don't take this coil and put it on that device and crank the power all the way up, and that you only take a puff interval of 15 seconds before you're having the machine taking its next puff, which is going to generate a dry puff situation, which is going to result in escalated formaldehyde production, which is something that a consumer would never ever experience, because the consumer would know you don't put that coil on that device at that power level, and you don't puff on it every 10 seconds. So you're not going to dry out the wick and create this dry puff scenario. They don't take into consideration that a puffing machine can't taste that dry puff scenario, and a dry puff scenario is something that nobody would ever repeat in their wildest imagination because it's horrendous, absolutely horrendous.
When I first got involved in this, I had no idea what an e-cigarette was. Had no idea at all. And would you explain to the board and for the record the various aspects of this product?
Sure.
And,
I actually brought some stuff to do that.
And also, when you're doing that, what you did for me before when we were preparing, and demonstrate for them how the Food and Drug Administration managed to deem these as tobacco.
Okay. So, listening to Mr. Steyer earlier, he kind of took a leap that I'd like to fill in a gap. So he kind of went from tobacco to tobacco harm reduction without talking anything about these products. And one of the things that I've had a lot of meetings with the FDA and OMB OIRA, and I speak at conferences in many different places. I've become quite credentialed at this. And I found that showing some devices actually helps to understand the complexity, because we see so many different things on the market and we don't fully understand really what they are or what they're representing. So I always bring a few different things with me to just kind of show where it came from and what the background is. So when people talk about vaping and tobacco companies, what they're talking about is this. We call this a cig-alike. It looks like a cigarette, essentially. So they may be white. They may sometimes are white with a brown mouthpiece to make it look more like a cigarette. But they don't burn. There's nothing to burn. There's no tobacco. There's no ignition. There's no combustion. And this is what is commonly sold in the convenience stores, supermarkets, Walmart, Walgreens, whatever, you don't really see this in too many vape shops, product-specific vape shops. You see stuff like this. You don't see this very often. So when people are criticizing, saying big tobacco's doing this and big tobacco's doing this flavors to hook kids, the products that big tobacco makes don't even come in flavors, or only a couple of flavors. So there's misinformation there. And then the accuracy of what's happening with children. When we go back and we say, wait a second, when the FDA officially announced its deeming rule, which was published on May 10th of 2016, 46 or 48 states already had laws on the books making it illegal to sell these products to minors. And yet the FDA was bragging about how their rule protected youth. But it was already illegal, so it was no different than alcohol, because they can't sell below a certain age. So let's go backwards. So there was this gentleman, Hartland, from China, had a father who has cancer, and he basically wanted to find a way to get to that nicotine issue without the combustion issues and the constituents and all the carcinogens and all the health problems that come with it.
Who was that, by the way?
Hanlik, a gentleman in China. There are actually some other postings that there may have been some earlier versions that may have even predated Hanlik, but Hanlik is the recognized inventor of the first electronic cigarette, and there are documents and diagrams, and it was very rudimentary by comparison to what we see today. But essentially the point is that every electronic cigarette has essentially the same three components, and they're in every single one to varying degrees. There's always a battery. So in this case we have a battery. We can open it up and take out the battery. Here, we can take this one. There's a battery, right? And every single device is going to have a coil that the battery heats up, and a liquid which that heat is going to turn into vapor. And there's always some kind of wicking material to help draw the liquid to the coil. These are consistent in everything that exists here. There's a battery, there's a coil, and there's liquid. And in each one of the examples that I present before you, there's also these same things. And there was a progression over time. And what's fascinating is that the safety features that have been added to this industry all came from consumers with no regulation whatsoever. So when you started out with the very basic thing like this, and then people started to modify other things that were not manufactured to be electronic cigarettes into an electronic cigarette. And this is where we heard the term mod. It's short for modification. Something else, flashlight, a laser pointer, something else was modified to house battery, pass the electrical signal to a coil, to the liquid, and they could create different power levels. And as that process led to people started to figure out, well, we could take a linear regulator, stack two batteries to have a higher power level, and then we could use this linear regulator to reduce the voltage that's getting to the coil, and we can start to regulate the power. But there's a certain inherent risk in stacking batteries. It's not very accurate, and then you have to start looking at different coil resistances. It's part of what's called Ohm's law. It gets complicated stuff. You're going to get more than an education over the next 2 days. I won't blow your minds out tonight. But someone came along who was a consumer who vaped, who also happened to be an engineer. And he said what they're getting at is watts. They're trying to control watts, which is a much smaller increment and very easy to control if you have the right electronics, and they designed the electronics to do that. And it changed the entire industry. You don't see variable volts anymore very much. So you don't see anybody stacking batteries to get up to a high voltage level and then using a linear regulator to bring them down. You're seeing electronic chips with circuit boards and software and firmware where they're doing all the calculations for you. You're using a single battery, not stacked batteries. You've got all kinds of safety features in these now that came out of these same manufacturers that first figured out how to do watts much more safely. They introduced short circuit protection, overcharge, undercharge protection, smart charging, reverse battery polarity. All kinds of things were added in from a consumer who ended up going into the business of electronics, but he was a consumer. He was a vapor. And he saw the direction people were going. He said, let's see if we can take it to the next further. And then he began to figure out, he and his partner, with different studies, the temperature may be a relevant factor. We may start to see different constituents generating above a certain temperature. And we can control that. We can add in temperature control. Now, as the science advances to the point where we start to identify specific temperatures at which harmful constituents generate, then we can start instituting intelligent temperature limiting to make sure that people aren't going down that path. So there's one example of where the industry itself brought in safety. AMSA, the American E-Liquid Manufacturing Standards Association, was consumer generated to bring about verifiable manufacturing standards. We don't need to go into exactly how far AMSA has gone. It's gone pretty far. ANSI and ISO circulated the AMSA standards. They've been evaluated by GMP specialists, and we're told that we're pretty close. We need some more documentation. But the point is that that event of creating standards came from consumers. And we added in subject matter experts who are highly knowledgeable, highly credible, who understand and helped us to shape things like the nicotine quality and all the various standards that we advanced within that. Then our subject matter experts, on their own accord, doing other studies, happened to stumble on an issue, something we call diacetyl and acetylpropanil. We short form and call it DA and AP. And there's a whole education about that. Where did it come from? How was it found? Popcorn lung. It's a butter it's an ingredient. Diacetyl is an ingredient in butter flavoring. It's no problem whatsoever for ingestion via digestion, but it has a potential inhalation concern. And that was identified and found in popcorn factories where there were employees were inhaling massive amounts of these chemicals all day long. And yet very few actually developed the condition, what's called bronchial obliterans. They never actually took it far enough to figure out why is it that such a small population of the factory workers that were all exposed to this massive thing developed this. There may be some commonality between that group. But we've seen all kinds of information, disinformation, all over the media about popcorn lung. Vaping's going to give you popcorn lung. It's a health hazard. Well, the fact of the matter is that tobacco has more diacetyl in it than almost any e-liquid. There are some e-liquids, a few exceptions that have been found with accelerated levels. But tobacco itself has more than the vape products do. And nobody's ever been diagnosed with bronchial obliterans or popcorn lung from tobacco. So again, it's one of these pieces of disinformation. And all of this kind of comes back full circle to why I say this coordination process is so essential. If you've got an industry that's already so complicated with so many issues and sub-issues that we all have our hands full just trying to make sure we understand this. If you complicate it with all kinds of mis and disinformation, how is it that a village like yourselves, a council like yourselves, is going to be able to make heads or tails out of this without the coordinated effort of getting accurate, reliable information through the governmental stream? Now, we have all kinds of other interested parties. I can't say definitively that Big Pharma is an opponent to this, but they sell the NRTs, the nicotine replacement therapies, the gums, the patches, the lozenges, but they also sell all the drugs that treat cancer. Then we've got taxation issues.
Mr. Ritter,
Yes.
You came into this as a consumer. You were a smoker.
Yes.
So this, from what you've testified, this is really a free market driven, developed and driven business at this point.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you heard the President's question to Mr. Steyer before, that if the businesses like the business in this village go out of business, the small businesses, the conglomerates will take this over.
Yes, to some extent. I think that as it's going right now, the direction that it's going, the PMTA is so subjective in so many ways to such a monstrous, unfathomable level that I can't imagine any entrepreneur ever really getting a product through. You might see one or two that manage to get through, but it's going to wipe out this industry, and what will be left will be products in convenience stores that become very easy for the government to regulate, but don't offer any real efficacy in terms of smoking cessation. And there's lots of issues that get into
And the
there.
incentive for improvement and for modifications will be basically gone.
That's correct.
Okay.
That was an issue I actually took up with Mr. Zeller last year at TMA when he was the keynote speaker, and I asked him directly about his regulation. And I said, Mr. Zeller, your deadline puts a freeze on new products after this date of August 8th of 2016, but it also freezes safety. I said, within AMSA, our subject matter experts found out about diacetyl and acetylpropanil. And we fleshed it out further with our subject matter experts. And in November of 2014, we posted a huge comprehensive education and recommendation on our website to the general public saying, start testing for this, and here's why, and here are some of the concerns, and here's how you can have false positives, and you need appropriate low limits of detection. Once again, the industry itself was getting out in front of an issue and educating the world, saying, here's a potential issue that we can eliminate. This is easily reformulated out, but you have to test for it and find it. So when I went before Mr. Zeller, I said very specifically, you've frozen safety too. If we come across yet another molecule that can easily be formulated out, it can't be done out of an existing product because that makes it a new product that has to go through PMTA application. And his answer to me was, we had to balance the act. We had a balancing act to do. That was his answer for cutting off safety.
And who was he for the board? Would you tell the board who he was?
Mitch Zeller is the director of the Center for Tobacco Products for the FDA. So he is the lead person in terms of guiding these regulations. Obviously, there are people above him. There is the chairman of the FDA, and of course, you can go all the way up to the Surgeon General. Okay. But there's just so many stuff in here that all the misinformation. I don't understand how localities such as yourselves are ever going to be able to make heads or tails out of this with all of the mis and disinformation that's flowing.
I didn't mean to interrupt you, but I wanted to get to that. Do you want to go ahead with that, or have you finished with that?
Yeah, this is just to really show that there's a commonality between everything that you see out there. There's also certain variations in everything that you see out there. It's a very subjective experience. You take one liquid and put it in two different tight style tanks with a different coil, it's going to be a different vaping experience. The easiest way for a non-smoker or vapor to understand it is, imagine if you took your favorite food, your favorite dinner, steak, fish, whatever, and you cooked it in a variety of different ways. You could keep the temperature the same. But if you cook it in the microwave versus in a skillet versus under the broiler versus roasting it versus barbecuing it, they could all be at the same temperature. But the character of that dinner is going to be completely different. Well, that's an oversimplification, but that's what happens with these products. And the fact is that the industry itself has been advancing safety features. A lot of the issues we hear about battery safety that is again, misinformation, misreported. The lion's share of those incidents are people that just haven't been educated properly. And I hold the industry somewhat responsible for that. I think the industry should be educating people better about battery safety. You don't take a battery and put it loose in your pocket. Because if you connect anything, metal, keys, coins, whatever, connect those two ends, you got a short circuit. Well, as long as it's in here, it's safe because the electronics are already geared to watch for that short circuit and prevent it from happening. So in here, that battery's just fine and dandy. It's safe. There's no problem with it. It's good to go. And I don't have to worry about it. But put it in my pants pocket with my keys and my coins, and I got a problem. And those are big issues. The point is that the industry itself has been advancing these things. Now, to come back to the issue of the regulation came up after the court had decided these are not drug delivery devices, and in the court's opinion, I believe I have this correct, he said they could be regulated as tobacco products. I think what the judge was identifying was that within the tobacco products legal definition of the FDA's tobacco control CTP, anything and or derived from gave it the window of opportunity. That's one way it could be regulated, is what I interpreted he was saying. Of course, we know that's the direction that it went. But when you stop and look at it, I mean, I'm not an attorney, but it begs my question is, does derive from equal the source? And that's their legal justification, that the nicotine is derived from tobacco, therefore we regulate it as tobacco to the fullest extent of the Tobacco Control Act. Well, I started thinking about that, and I said, gee, you got poppy seeds on bagels. They're coming from poppy plants. That's a source from a plant. Is that the drug? And then I started thinking about, well, is paper a tree? And then I started looking further, and I said, well, nicotine is actually a byproduct of photosynthesis. So to some extent, it's in every plant. It's found more commonly or higher concentrations in nightshade plants, but the highest is really in tobacco, and it's the most cost efficient for extraction and so forth. But there's nightshade plants. So gee, Mr. FDA Commissioner, you're taking your kid out for some McDonald's and yet you're feeding him potatoes and ketchup? You're giving your kid nicotine. Then we see these other entities out there that are getting behind this that don't make any sense. The American Lung Association, the American Cancer Association, the American Heart Association, cardiologists, credible cardiologists have weighed in saying that this is not a cardiac risk. You would think they would get on board with that and say, how do we refine this? How do we take this from harm reduction to harm minimization? You would think they would get excited about this product. The American Cancer Society, you'd think they would be excited about it. The American Lung Association, you'd think they'd be excited about it. We don't understand why they're talking out against it. That's some of the complication that creates misinformation that impacts your ability to make heads or tails out of this melee of chaos of information, when it's really not all that complicated.
Will you go through for the board what you went through for me earlier about the steps that Food and Drug had to go through to determine that all of these elements of those products were tobacco?
Okay, this gets really convoluted, and I'm really quite surprised. They really took it to the farthest extent. It is my understanding that the justification for regulating these products under the Tobacco Control Act as a tobacco product is the nicotine that exists in a given liquid. Therefore, it is derived from, therefore it is a tobacco product, therefore it gets regulated as a tobacco product. But we have complications because we have these different nicotine strengths all the way down to zero. We have plenty of consumers that wean themselves down to zero nicotine and continue to enjoy the product without the nicotine at all. So would you think, okay, derived from, therefore zero nicotine liquid is not going to be a tobacco product? Well, the FDA came along and said, gee, there's nicotine in there, but you can't consume that liquid without one of these. Therefore, these are components of a tobacco product and will be regulated as a tobacco product. Is there any nicotine in here? Nope. Is there any nicotine in there? Nope. But that's now a tobacco product. So is that piece of electronics. So is the software. You can't change the software in there because it could potentially have an impact on the emissions. Therefore, the software is a tobacco product. This little glass tube with a piece of stainless steel, surgical stainless steel above and below it, that's a tobacco product, because you cannot consume the nicotine without the components. So now those are all components of tobacco products, and they're all regulated as tobacco products. There's got to be 500-600 different tanks out there. Each one's got to go through this kind of application process. And there's no way to, the process is so subjective, there's no way to even know what they're looking at and can do them equivalently. It gets even worse than that because the process is so subjective that not even the application itself has a checklist for completion. An application is complete when the FDA tells you it's complete. But now we have a new administration, different from the last administration. Now we have a new chairman, a director over the FDA coming in. Is it possible we could have a different staff? So if you have no objective measuring stick for how you're going to regulate this product versus this product versus this product, and you have different people staffing the FDA, what is any industry manufacturer to know that their product is being evaluated on the same terms and on the same basis as the product that got evaluated last month by a different staff? There's no way to even know that your product is being treated equally because there isn't a single objective factor anywhere in the deeming rule and the PMTA application process. Every single step is subjective. Every single step gives the FDA complete arbitrary authority, and there's no way to equalize it whatsoever under the existing rule. But what they then did is they went even further, and we said, okay, well, we got this zero nicotine thing out here. They can't regulate that as a tobacco product. There's no tobacco in it. Well, we also thought that they couldn't regulate this, but this can impact the emissions that come off the end, which is what somebody inhales, so it can potentially impact. So they said this is a component. Well, now you get down to a liquid that's got no nicotine in it. And almost every single vape store has got a bunch of zero nicotine liquids because there's a huge market. People have weaned themselves off of nicotine completely. The FDA kind of looked at it, and they said looked at it two ways. One way they looked at it and they said, well, if it's intended to have nicotine added, then it's a tobacco product because it's just trying to get around the rules. But if it's marketed not to have nicotine added, then it's not. But then they started to go another way, and they said, well, wait a second, you can't consume that zero nicotine liquid without a component of a tobacco product. So now your zero nicotine liquid is a tobacco product. Now, beyond all of this is the part that really blew my mind. With all this justification based around and or derived from, when that nicotine is found in every single plant, the nightshade plants that people are feeding their kids and everything else, with all this commotion and all this chaos and all this insane amounts of money and uncertainty and subjectivity and everything else, they didn't regulate the nicotine. I can go buy 100 milligram nicotine, 1,000 milligram nicotine all day long with no regulations whatsoever, no PMTA application, nothing. I can go buy nicotine, all the nicotine I want, any strength I want. There's no regulation whatsoever. Then you keep peeling back the layers. What about the kids? These flavors they're marketing to kids. That was it. But these 48 states already had age to vape laws. You can't buy it. Take out your pencils and do a Google search for me today, tonight, or tomorrow. Do a Google search. Vodka flavors from bacon to Fruit Loops. You will find an exact website link. And when you open that link and scroll all the different vodka flavors, you're going to see the exact same flavors that are sold to the vape industry. So when people out there saying, "Oh, these don't apply, these are for kids. These are for kids. No adult will vape these." Yet all the same thing is in vodka flavors. Vanilla or vanilla mint. There's vanilla vodkas. What's this one? I think this is a combination of papaya and mango and pineapple. There's all kinds of smoothies, yogurts. People like this stuff. This whole flavor argument is just, it makes no sense. The bottom line is that every single argument that's ever been made against these products is ideology. Not a single one of them has any substantiation whatsoever. They cannot prove that anybody's marketing to youth. They say gateway. There's no gateway, measured gateway effect. None. It's just what if there might be a gateway. But they're completely ignoring the health of all the people out there that have already converted. I've read a number recently that said 10 million people in the United States have switched to vaping.
As I understand what you're saying, that if the liquid in your product is zero nicotine, it is still considered a tobacco product by these regulations.
As I read it, yes. I think there's still some uncertainty into the actual technicality as to how it will be applied. There is a case, there are a couple different lawsuits that are advancing, that are going forward. And I think that some of those issues may or may not get decided there. But as I read it, I read in the rule, in the guidance, two very specific distinctions, both of which are problematic.
And as I listen to your testimony, it occurs to me that what you're saying is that there are no standards that are identified by Food and Drug as to how their applications for pre-approval will be approved or disapproved.
That's another major issue. That's another major problem. As far as I know, again, I could be wrong, as far as I know, every commercially manufactured consumable that is sold in the United States is FDA regulated and has some kind of manufacturing standards. The FDA came out with the rules for these, and there are no manufacturing standards. None. So there's no way to measure anything. The application, the approval, all of it is subjective, and there's no manufacturing standards. We came up with the only standards in the American E-Liquid Manufacturing Standards. Other international standards bodies have come up with versions. British Standards Institute, or BSI, has a version. AFNOR, which is the equivalent of the ANSI in France, they also have a variety, some standards, but there aren't the verifications. We have extensive verifications. Every member has to be certified. We do on-site inspections, scheduled, unscheduled, surprise inspections. We do ghost purchasing of product and send it off for random product analysis. We do traceability analysis and verifications. We pull about 25% of our members out of a hat every quarter and do one type of verification or another. So we are constantly verifying that they are staying on top of their certification, and there are consequences if they don't. It's all part of the organizational structure, but there are basically demerit points, infraction points if something's not up to snuff, and if you get enough points, you lose your certification. We can't close them out of business. We're a all-volunteer organization.
So the company that or at least the company that's going to appear here and testify, we know, that exists here and does business here in this village, or for the village, in and for the village, when they apply, they'll have to apply for pre-approval. And if they do, there will be nothing to tell them by what they're going to be measured on the basis of the application they submit.
That's correct. I assume you're talking about the application for PMTA.
Yes.
We're talking about
Yes.
AIMSA standards,
Yeah.
and AIMSA membership is different. But even
Well,
when
explain that,
AIMSA
would you?
launched, there were a few
Explain that difference, if you
responsible
would.
players. I have to give credit where credit is due. There were certainly some, and there were and are today, even more so today. I mean, AIMSA actually has had a very big impact, even though the industry did not jump on board with a huge membership, roster. The example that we've set changed the discussion globally. So there were companies that I believe Johnson Creek may be scheduled to speak here. I think they're local. They've been a reputable company, and I know for a fact, even though I haven't done the inspection myself, and I've inspected many of these labs myself, I know for a fact Johnson Creek is a very responsible company. I've seen video, I've seen pictures, and I've seen inside their lab, even though I haven't visited it. I know they're a responsible company, and there are plenty of others in the United States who are not AIMSA members who could easily prove that they are meeting or beating the AIMSA standards. But that doesn't have any credibility in terms of the product application process. And then you start getting into economic impacts, the health impacts, the employment situation. I mean, there's just layer upon layer. You could just be peeling back layers of this onion all day long. And there's always more.
You were telling me about the offers that your organization made to Food and Drug that were rejected. Would you tell the board about that, please?
So one of the entities that I mentioned earlier is the E-Research Foundation, and we have advisors, and we have this grant committee. And one of the things that has concerned me once the rule came out, the deeming rule came out, was this demand for science. But there's product-specific science and there's non-product-specific science. E-Research Foundation could not get involved in product-specific science because it's a 501c3 and it's not designed to do that. But we could be facilitating the collective funding of the non-product specific science. But everything that's in the PMTA guidance is so vague that there's no way to advance the study. What aspect does the FDA want to learn? We'll go get the data. We'll go fund the studies. We'll make it happen. But we need to know what you want to know. We need to know what you need to learn. What's the data you're looking for? We'll go get that data for you. We can't agendize it and try to create data. They're not going to tell us which direction the data needs to point. We just need to know which data. So as soon as I saw this, I reached out to and as I said, I presented before the FDA 5 times. I know a lot of people there now. So I reached out and I said, hey, I know you guys are going to be looking for this non-product specific science. And I'm a consumer and I've got this ERF organization and I've got access to the entire scientific community. I speak at the Global Forum on Nicotine in Warsaw, Poland the last few years through our subject matter experts, ERF. I know a lot of the top scientists in the world. I said, let's have a dialogue. I said, we'll come to you. We'll bring a couple representatives of each of the major national organizations, and we'll bring a few subject matter experts, and we'll have a dialogue with the science department about what it is you're really looking for, see if we can bring some specificity to this. And they responded back, and I said, well, if we do it here, we can't have the dialogue. That's the FDA rule. That would be like a listening session. We could try a different way. So we ended up going back a couple more times with getting the structure more and more public, and we have the venue and we'll stream it, everything. We never got far enough. The FDA never said yes, but we went back 3 times trying to find a way to do it, and there was always something else. However, I don't want to totally criticize the FDA here. I mean, the FDA is trying, they really are. I wonder about the timing. So just recently, the FDA has now funded the National Academy of Sciences, Engineering, and Medicine to do a meta-analysis of existing research. Well, when you look on our website, you're going to see we've got 900 studies posted there, and that hasn't been updated since March of 2016. So there's probably another 100, 200, 300 studies. So NAS, that committee of 20 scientists, is going to have their hands full trying to evaluate some 11, 12, 1,300 studies to give this meta-analysis to the FDA. But the problem is that analysis, which is what FDA needs, is from the scientific information, what's good, what's not so good. What's usable? What's important? What's not important? How do we make heads or tails out of this whole body of all these 1,300 studies? That's what NAS is supposed to do. But NAS isn't going to give them that report until late this year. There's not going to be any time left for anybody to do a science evaluation, to advance science. You got to then go and get some independent scientists. You got to raise the money. You got to tell them what you need to study. And then they got to go and put all the protocols together and do the study and get results. If FDA is not going to have heads or tails of existing science until the end of 2017, and the deadline for products to be approved, or at least applications in, is August 8th of 2018, there's no way. I mean, it takes months and months and months to get a study done. So, I mean, right now, I think the entire system is set up in such a way that it has no choice but to fail, which is a shame, because this is an opportunity to change over 400,000 people dying in the United States, not to mention the collateral damage. When someone gets sick with cancer, it's not just them, it's their entire family. It's what it does to them economically, what it does to them emotionally, what it does to their schedules and their lifestyles and everything else. And then there's other people who aren't dying that are just really sick. Now along comes something that we know is 95% less harmful, and if we were responsible caretakers and leaders, we would find a way to take that harm reduction and move it further to harm minimization. And that's some of the things that Mr. Steyer was talking about earlier. If we can identify with the appropriate science, if we know what to look for, and we've already, all of this has happened so far by consumers. Nobody's demanded anything, and all the safety advancements have all come about by consumers. If we know what to look for, we can continue. And if we work together with government and with the science community, if the government is willing to interact and share verifiable, valid, independently verifiable data with localities such as yourself, imagine the brain trust, the brain power that we could bring to this if we start bringing all this creativity into how do we go from harm reduction to harm minimization. But we're going from harm reduction to quit or die.
Mr. Steyer made the statement that in his opinion this was de facto banning.
Yes, I would agree.
Do you agree with that?
Yes, absolutely. Because I don't see how anybody, and I don't see how anybody's going to get through it unless you get to big companies that have billions that, don't notice, of $10 million. Oh, that's like us pulling a nickel out of our pocket, and they have the resources to be able to do that. Some of the applications, one of the big boy applications just got submitted to FDA, was 450,000 pages were submitted. No joke. No joke. There's 3 categories through CTP in which a product can be approved. You have substantial equivalence, PMTA, pre-market tobacco application, or MRTP, modified risk tobacco product. MRTP is so stringent, not a single product has ever been approved under an MRTP. Not one. If this isn't an MRTP, I don't know what is. But we're going about it all wrong because we've got all kinds of agendas and politics and special interests and people. Taxes. We have the master settlement agreement. That was a result of the state saying, hey, tobacco companies, we got all these financial burdens as a result of your products. And it ended up with the master settlement agreement. Well, a lot of the states went and floated tobacco bonds that they now have to make payments on. But the master settlement agreement amounts, annual payments out to the states fluctuate with distribution, with sales. So as tobacco sales start to drop, which everybody wants to see, so do those payments. So the states may not have enough money to make their tobacco bond payments. They've also been dipping their hands. If you look at legislative tracking, you'll see that they've been dipping their hands into excise tax money. Again, where states have said, we have financial burdens falling upon us. We've got to run, education, youth education, call-in centers, cessation centers, whatever. They said they have these burdens, so they started collecting excise taxes on tobacco and just letting it sit and accumulate. Well, they couldn't keep their hands off it. So by following legislative tracking, you see them dipping their hands. Most people never see it because most people don't look at legislative tracking. $10 million here, $10 million there. Teacher programs, school programs, after-school programs, making their general budgets dependent upon tobacco-generated revenue. So between their dependency on the tobacco master settlement agreement payments, which in order to make their bond payments, or they're going to default on their bonds, and all the money they've taken out of excise taxes and put into their general budgets, and when they floated those tobacco bonds from the master settlement agreement, there was zero transparency as to what they did with the money. So it very well may have also gone into the general budget. But now as tobacco sales are starting to fall, which we're all thrilled to see, the states are freaking out. because they're not going to have enough money to pay their tobacco bonds. They're not going to have enough. They're going to have shortfalls in their budget to schools after school budgets because they've made their financial budgets in their general budgets dependent upon selling death, the most deadly product in the world. And now they'll never admit it, but they're in a position where they have to protect that revenue stream. Or they try to impose it onto these products, but these products have no proven health impacts to justify financial burdens to the state, except for the fact that the states were irresponsible enough to mismanage their money in the first place and created a situation that's untenable, so they're trying to impose it onto this other industry, even though there's no correlated health impacts. And we've seen some states already trying to overtax these things. I think it's Minnesota, if I'm not mistaken, put a wholesale tax on the liquid manufacturers. Well, that wholesale tax has to be built into the product price because they can't just absorb the tax, so they have to put it into the product price and get that money back when they sell it. Then the state also imposed excise taxes. Well, the excise taxes also gets built into the product price. So when that product sells, it's already got 2 taxes built into its purchase price, and then you got sales tax on top of that. Now you're taxing 2 other taxes already built into a situation, all for a product that has no justification to tax it 1 iota above regular sales tax. These are some of the dynamics. These are some of the issues that we don't hear about that all impact this mis and disinformation that is completely confusing, which all comes right back to coordination.
What you've got in that situation is that where you find the high taxes being put on businesses, and we've seen reports, at least in the media, that it's going to put many of the businesses out of business because of the high tax.
Oh, it's already happening.
So you're seeing the states tax out of existence the less harmful product in order to keep the money and get the money from the more harmful product.
That's correct. I mean, I wouldn't say that was a thought out and documented strategy. I'm just saying that's the net effect.
That's the effect. Yes. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, may I ask a question?
Yes.
I want to go back to, this is going off of the first, one of the first rounds of questions that you asked. I know that we had kind of gone back and forth, or you guys were going back and forth on whether or not this would be, by proxy, a ban. Is there, I mean, kind of go back to it, obviously you can tell where my thinking is on this. But one of the things that was brought up is we don't have a dog in the fight, but here in Hartland we do. We have a business that's here, and it's why we stepped up to want to address the issue that appears to be done without the proper investigating and looking into the issue and not realizing who it's going to affect, especially at the municipal level. So what I want to go back to is I don't ever think that, especially here in the United States, that when you have an ingenious idea and it takes hold and it's 95% more healthy and it's a great apparatus that does the job that is much more healthy than something that used to literally be combustion, I don't see the product going away. So I don't see a complete ban, but I guess I'm going to reiterate, is there that chance that that is going to go if you have companies that have billions? If you have 200 billion, taking 200 million out of that to pay to the FDA is not a lot of money. So is there the chance that, again, it actually is, by keeping this in place, it
Well, I just wanna make sure
rewards the people that have been selling what you were saying, selling death. It rewards the people that were selling death because it's like, now they're done buying the death, now they can buy this, and we're going to get rewarded by it, and it pushes out the companies like our company here in Hartland.
Yes, I think that, but I would look at it, I look at it from a slightly different perspective. I mean, I think there are agendas that just want these products to go away because they're complicated, because they interfere with other things, and I think it will be a de facto ban. But I think the comment you made earlier this evening was much more relevant. Prohibition. We know where that goes, right? And our government was not created to tell us how to live. That's not the purpose of our government. Protecting us a little bit? Yeah, certainly. Making sure that companies aren't able to harm us intentionally? Yeah, that makes some sense. There's a purpose for regulation in there. But telling us how to live, that gets into another story. I think this is just extremely complicated with a lot of different interests, and I think it will result in prohibition. I think it will result in a black market. I think it will result in increased importation on a consumer level from products from abroad that have no verifications whatsoever, no quality controls whatsoever. If we regulate this intentionally, we advance harm reduction. We move harm reduction towards harm minimization. We create oversight that's easy to do, responsible to do, that we make sure that the consumers are protected. We make sure that the businesses are operating professionally and responsibly. And it's very easy to do. We do it with liquor. We do it with all kinds of other things. But the underlying issue in my mind here is that you're going to create a black market, which is going to be exponentially more difficult for any government, local or federal, to deal with in terms of how do you deal with the consequences of black market. There are potential health impacts. There are legal impacts. I mean, it uses up resources. People have to hunt it down and deal with it and process it through the courts and the laws and everything. I mean, just layer upon layer upon layer. Not to mention the fact that we're eliminating oversights as something that we can easily monitor and oversight. We've already shown that it's doable. It's a question of just tweaking it to get it to the right level. But if we don't have coordination, coming back to this over and over again, there's so much disinformation and misinformation and chaos and confusion over something that doesn't need to be that way. I don't understand how any locality will ever be able to do it.
If I could pursue the President's question again a little more. I think when I asked the question, is it a de facto ban, I was asking about the small businesses, the businesses such as those in the village, that with these regulations, if in fact this product is going to continue, it will be the big companies that can afford to do it, and not a company such as that might settle here in this village.
Yes. I mean, we don't know which ones,
Right.
but probably companies that have the big distribution channels, but it will wipe out. And that's another major economic impact. Now, another public document that we put.
That's what.
That's exactly,
That's
and that's
what-
because
Yeah.
most
Go
of the
ahead.
people up here are from the village, and obviously we want to protect that.
Yeah.
And we don't want it to happen to anyone else in the country either. So that's where we're, I guess. in a
These
sense,
these
spearheading
these
this.
regulations could easily put any mom and pop, any local business out.
And that's
And
where,
even
from our
chains.
end, I mean, that's our number one, as each one of us have taken an oath to. We step up to that line to
We've
protect
seen
them,
mom
but
and-
also hopefully it will make an impact on
Yes.
the others. And with my question, what I was saying is it's an ingenious invention. It's only getting better. We all see it, just from being around. You go into any gas station or in certain shops, you see it. Shops are starting to open up that are just on this. So I just, in my opinion, I don't see it going away, but I would not put it past anybody with $2 billion to jump on it, because if I had $2 billion and that's what it costs, I would. So
Well, I mean, suppose there was someone who had a financial interest in car accidents, and someone came along and said, let's put a seatbelt in a car, make it safer. It's harm reduction. But the guy who's got a financial interest in the car accident is going no, and starts giving you a whole bunch of reasons not to put that
it
seatbelt.
happened once, actually, and it was a company called Tucker. It was the first car to ever have a seatbelt in it. And they said, no, it's a bad idea because it'll make people feel unsafe in the car. They didn't get rid of the seatbelt. They just let it sit on the shelf for about 5 years until they're like, wait a minute, it's going to save people. And that's exactly what I'm saying with this. That's not going to go away. But companies like Johnson Creek Smoke Juice will be pushed out of the market before everybody will catch
Well, they
on and
won't
say,
go
oh,
away.
we knocked a bunch of
Okay,
people
so
out of the
here's
market.
another reason why those companies are so important. Something else that doesn't get discussed anywhere on the international table is how do we correlate true smoking cessation efficacy from vape products between anecdotal data and clinical data? And the answer is you cannot, because of all these individual companies have created something that resulted in massive anecdotal data and massive market expansion because it's so effective. And that is the subjectivity. So a strawberry flavor liquid here is different from a strawberry flavored liquid over here because they're different sources of ingredients, different recipes. So flavor from one to another is not the same. The same thing with the device. You change any component, you're going to change the character of the vapor. So you have different power levels, you have different air intake, amount of airflow, you've got different amount of flavoring, different combinations of flavoring, on and on and on. So when you have this many people that are able to effectively quit smoking or switch and substitute these less harmful products for the more harmful products, it's because there's this subjective array of alternatives. So usually the first customer comes from smoking and they say they want to try vaping. They may try 20 or 30 different liquids, trying to find two that they like to try that are subjectively satisfactory for them. And most people usually start out looking at tobacco flavors. That's usually what happens. They're trying to replicate their tobacco cigarette. But as Mr. Steyer said earlier, if you go 2 to 3 weeks just vaping without dual use, and you're no longer coating your tongue and your olfactory senses with tar, those senses restore. And all of a sudden you smell and taste everything much better, and you realize that tobacco doesn't taste very good. And then they want to go and try all the other flavors. The drink flavors, the fruit flavors, mojito flavors, whatever, apple pie, whatever the flavors are. And once again, because apple pie here is different from apple pie there, or mojito here is different from mojito over there, they're trying 20 or 30 to find 2 or 3. And with smokers, people have one brand and they smoke that one brand over and over again for years and years. Everyone is exactly the same. But vapors will tell you they change flavors multiple times in a day. I'm carrying 3 devices with 3 tanks, each with a different flavor, because I don't know what I'm going to want. I may feel like just switching it. When I'm at home on my desk, I just grab whichever one I feel hankering for. People are switching them.
I think that's why, like you read out at first, they need to work with the municipalities. They
So-
can't just run it. They
Go
have to
one step
coordinate.
further to bring conclusion on this point. NIH and NIDA, which are under Health and Human Services. I mean, that's what NIH and NIDA are under Health and Human Services, which are under the auspices of the Surgeon General, along with FDA and so forth. But NIH and NIDA want to fund cessation efficacy studies for vaping, so they put out grants. And they gave out 4 different grants to companies to put together a paired device and a paired liquid. And this gets into very technical stuff called an investigational new drug, investigational new tobacco product, and it gets into a lot of technical stuff we don't need to discuss right now. But the point is that they're giving grants to generate a specific device and a specific liquid. And that is what they're going to use to evaluate, to fund research studies to evaluate cessation efficacy. And it's going to fail because it's only one. When we know for a fact that the people that actually succeed in switching try 20 or 30 flavors to find 2 that are subjectively satisfactory. Then they're constantly changing out the different devices and the different components, trying different coils, trying different airflows, different power levels. They're constantly making changes. Even the experienced vapors are constantly making changes. And then when they get done with the tobacco flavors, then they got to go through 2 or 3, 20 or 30 again to find 2 or 3. So there's constant change, constant change. Doing one device and one liquid is never, ever, ever going to evaluate cessation efficacy in any meaningful way, because it completely ignores exactly the point that you're making out. All these independent stores, all these mom and pops companies, whether they're as big as Johnson Creek or as small as literally mom and pop, 2 people working out of a little store front somewhere, they're offering subjective alternatives, and that's what allows these products to work.
Ritter, how long did you smoke combustible cigarettes?
30 years, 33 years.
And you've been with e-cigarettes how long?
7.
Is that your experience that the variety that comes from the market the way it is now is one of the things that keeps you off combustible cigarettes?
Oh, absolutely. There's no question. And I obviously feel so strongly about this that I've devoted the last 5 years of my life of this to the exclusion of all else. Never dreaming it would go as far as it did, but it did. And it's just because we've met the right people, we've met the right experts, and we've been able to incrementally take this information step by step by step and slowly educate people and get past the mis and disinformation, which is why I was so excited to fly in from Arizona today to come and meet with you, because you're trying to solve the problem that how do you get accurate information? And this coordination issue is exactly what it all comes down to. If you can't rely on government to give you accurate information, how are you going to understand how to deal with this from a regulatory perspective at your level and protect your own community?
Are there any other questions? Mr. President, members of the board, any questions of Mr. Ritter?
I have a couple, but if anybody has it.
No, go ahead, because mine are getting answered.
How close are
Sorry.
you on, how close are you on getting resolution from ANSI?
Well, you're talking, there's two different issues. Right now, the ANSI tag that I chair is participating in the international ISO process. That's going to take years.
Okay.
It's just because it's the nature of the beast. There's so many players, and each increment that comes in up the stream then has to be evaluated. It has to be circulated. All these different countries. It's a very, very slow process. There is another pathway which we have already started to explore, and we're already lining up the people to advance, called the American National Standard, which would just be for the United States. Okay. It's still voluntary. It's not a regulatory mechanism. It can be referenced by regulation, but it is not in of and by itself a regulatory issue. It's not a regulatory standard just because American ANSI itself is not a regulatory body, but it creates a verifiable standard, and that's what we're working to create, and that we think we can move along much more quickly. I couldn't give you an exact time. I'm hoping.
No, I'm just wondering how far along you guys were.
My goal is to have it done before the end of the year, as soon as possible.
Okay.
But I'd like
so
to,
they are
I
working
think
with
we
the
can
industry?
I think we can get to an American national standard before the end of the year. I think that's reasonable.
I think that might be a good step in the right direction.
Mr. Ritter, once again, I want to point out that, or ask you again, you're not paid by any think tank or any institution to do this work. You did it. You got into it because you were a consumer, and you were caught up in the socio-dynamics of it.
Yes and no. No, I have never taken a penny. No one's ever offered me any money, and I haven't accepted any money. I'm expense reimbursement for basic stuff, right, at a very minimal level. But I've never benefited financially in any way, shape, or form, products or anything else. I don't do that. It wasn't just the social dynamics. I mean, the more I learned, the more I realized how important this is, and the more I realized I could help in this effort to advance harm reduction. It's a very complex effort that requires many, many different people with many different skills. I realized I had certain skills that I could bring to contribute to the larger process. And I think you're starting to get a sense of that tonight. By the end of tomorrow, your eyeballs may be spinning a little bit because there's a lot of this, but we can. I mean, while I'm here till Sunday, I can come back and help answer questions.
What I really meant by sociodynamics is that you got into it to contribute to the dynamics of this movement.
I want to see people stop dying. I want to see people have the same opportunities to get away from tobacco that I had, and then see if we can advance harm reduction to harm minimization.
He doesn't want to talk about it. Okay. Unless the board has any other questions than I have, is there anything else you want to say to the board?
Oh, it's getting late. I mean, if you have more questions for me, I'll be here all day tomorrow. I'll be here Sunday morning if I can answer any more questions, if anything comes up. Okay. I wouldn't even know where to start. There's so much. I think the primary issue is really your primary focus is coordination.
I can tell you, Mr. President, that if we had 4 days, I'll bet I could get Mr. Ritter to give us information through the 4 days.
Oh, I don't doubt it for a minute.
He's got plenty of it, and he's very knowledgeable and very interesting.
But if I leave one last takeaway, is you're not going to get all your answers from any one place. It's too dynamic. And it requires specialization. It requires a lot of different people to weigh in on different factors. If any one person thinks that they have all the answers to this, they're fooling themselves. Because I've dealt with the subject matter experts. I've dealt with the scientific community. Some of the top names from Farsalinos to Pelosa to Derek Yatch to Human, who's was a former director of the World Medical Association. Derek Yatch was a former director of the World Health Organization, integrally involved in tobacco controls. I mean, to technical engineers at Evolve and dealing with some of the engineering and the safety features and the electronics, to the chemists, our subject matter experts that are evaluating the chemistry of these at different levels, both at the liquids and at the aerosol level, and starting to realize temperature control issues, to the regulatory issues. I mean, it just goes on and on and on. It can be drowning. It can be immersive. It's so immersive, but you're never going to get your answers from one person, and that's why it's so important that you have reliable sources of information, because you're not going to be able to deal with it.
Another question. I know that you've read an awful lot. Have you come across any scientific information at all that would indicate that there is any comparison in harm between the e-cigarettes and combustible cigarettes?
nothing that makes any sense, nothing that's verifiable, nothing that's credible. We have seen studies that have advanced that make claims that would try to draw a comparison, but they were based on inappropriate protocols to begin with. They were running the wrong gear at the wrong power levels with the wrong puff intervals. They were doing something that would generate something that a human being would never, ever, ever experience. Or they were specifically agendized and distorting and misrepresenting verifiable data in ways that benefited their particular argument. But anything that's credible, no, there's been nothing credible that would show that these are even remotely close to the harm risks of tobacco.
I have no other questions. Are there any other questions from the board? Thank you, Mr. Ritter.
My pleasure.
Thank you.
If,
Thank you.
if,
Thank you. Thank you for what you're doing.
Mr. President, as long as Mr. Ritter is going to be around, I would ask that we might recall him at some point later, depending on what we hear from other witnesses.
Okay.
But that would conclude what we have for this evening. We're ready to go in the morning at 9:30.
I have a comment for you.
Yes.
Tomorrow I will not be here. I will be absent. And
Right.
we will, the voting members of the body will appoint a commissioner.
Okay. And then you'll be back on Saturday, is
I
that
will.
correct? Okay. All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that would conclude us. Now, do we do that tonight or in the morning?
I believe, no, they're gonna do it in the morning.
Okay,
They'll do
all
that
right.
in the So that'll be the beginning. We'll
Okay,
get that
all
in
right. We'll
order.
start with that in the morning then to pick the chairman
So it'll be recessed till 9?
to 9:30. 9:30.
9:30.
9:30
a.m., okay.
9:30.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
If
Thank
you're
you.
gonna be here Sunday morning, you'll be all by yourself.
I thought there was something going on, no, not Saturday.
Saturday.
Thank you for tuning in,
I won't
and if
apply
they
on
are still on.
Saturday night. I won't be here Sunday morning.